If you are going to a church, a mosque, or a temple, do not delude yourself into thinking you love God. You are simply terrified of hell and trying to purchase your way into heaven. Look at your prayers. They are not acts of worship. They are nothing but a cowardly, calculated deal with death. You have turned the divine into a commodity, and your holy priests have turned your sacred places into mere marketplaces. Organized religions are not portals to truth. They are the very graves where the living God is formally buried by fearful crowds. You do not want truth. You just want a comfortable lie to soothe your fear of existence. Hello, my beloved friends. The living God is not something you can capture and confine within four walls made of stone and mortar. The living God is an existential reality. It is the very breath pulsing inside your chest, the silent awareness watching through your eyes, the spontaneous laughter that erupts when you are utterly overwhelmed by the beauty of a sunset. Yet, for thousands of years, humanity has been led to believe that the divine resides inside magnificent buildings called churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples. I tell you, these places are not the houses of God. They are the graves of the living God. The moment truth is organized, the moment it is structuralized and turned into a dogma, it breathes its last. The priest arrives not to keep the truth alive, but to act as a sophisticated gravedigger. He buries the living experience under heavy layers of scriptures, rituals, and dead traditions, and then he invites the masses to worship the tomb. Your church is a marketplace. It is a commercial center where fear is traded for hope, where guilt is manufactured on a mass scale, and where your innate innocence is bartered away for cheap plastic promises of a post-mortem paradise. As we sit together today and journey deeper into this grand mystery of existence, I invite you to participate fully in this communion. Do not just remain a silent spectator on the shore. If these words shake your consciousness and strike a deep, resonant chord within your being, feel free to share your insights in the comment section below. Subscribe to this channel so we can continue walking this path together. And like this video to help spread this light. Share this discourse with those you love, because truth is an overflowing energy that multiplies only when it is shared. For those who feel a deep call from within to support the continuity of these teachings, to help us reach thousands of sleeping souls across this beautiful planet, you can click the join button right now to become an integral part of our spiritual family. Or you can express your gratitude directly through a super thanks. We also have our beautifully crafted ebooks available for you, designed to serve as intimate companions for your daily meditation and inner growth. But remember, Do this only if it flows naturally from a place of love and spontaneous sharing, not out of any sense of duty or transaction, because the divine knows no calculation. It only understands the language of celebration. Why has humanity become so terrified of reality? Why is it that the individual knows everything about the outer world, about science, technology, mathematics, and economics, but remains in absolute dark ignorance regarding his own self? Something has gone fundamentally wrong at the very roots of human civilization. A deep, unnatural split has been created within the human soul. Society, through its complex networks of politicians, priests, parents, and teachers, has turned the individual into a broken house, a house completely divided against itself. The strategy they use is incredibly simple, yet its devastating effects have lingered for centuries. From the very moment a child takes its first breath, society steps in to provide an ideal of how the child should be. It bombards the fragile, innocent mind with endless commandments, moral codes, and religious dogmas. You must be this, you must behave like that, you have to achieve this status, you have to follow this specific scripture. By overemphasizing the future ideal of how you should be, society successfully forces you to forget the present reality of who you actually are. You become completely obsessed with a distant, fabricated perfection, completely blind to the immediate, throbbing life happening here and now. Reality knows absolutely nothing about duty or obligation. Look at a rose bush blooming in the garden. The rose is simply a rose. It experiences no anxiety, no neurosis, no internal conflict. It does not look at the lotus flower and think, I must transform myself into a lotus. I must stretch my petals to mimic someone else. The rose is deeply rooted in its own potential, and that is why it radiates such immense grace and health. It does not require a psychoanalyst or a priest to tell it how to bloom. The entire existence, from the smallest blade of grass to the most distant star in the galaxy, lives in a state of absolute, undivided unity with its own nature. Only man has been forced to carry the heavy burden of ideals. Only man lives in a constant, agonizing friction between what should be and what is. The language of the mind has become heavily infected with words like should and must, which are the sworn enemies of your authentic being. I want you to drop this truth deep into your heart. You can only be that which you are, and you can never be anything else. The moment you deeply realize and assimilate this truth, all the artificial ideals imposed upon you by centuries of conditioning simply evaporate. They drop away on their own accord, like dry leaves falling from a tree in autumn. And when there is no longer an ideal clouding your vision, you are suddenly left face to face with your radiant, unvarnished reality. The division disappears, and you become a whole, integrated being for the very first time. Taking this first step towards self-acceptance is arguably the most difficult thing in the world today, because your entire education and upbringing have been a continuous, violent effort to make you civil and false. Consider a simple everyday emotion: sadness. Right now, in this very moment, you might find yourself engulfed in a wave of deep sadness. Immediately, your social conditioning wakes up and starts whispering in your ear, "You must not be sad. Sadness is negative. Sadness is a sign of weakness. You have to put on a smile. You must appear happy and successful to the world. If you look sad, what will your neighbors think? Your friends might run away. Your business clients might lose faith in you. Your spouse might find you boring. You are told that even if you cannot genuinely feel joy, you must print a fake, plastic smile onto your face and pretend. This is where the absolute disaster begins. The moment you pretend, you divide your energy into two opposing camps. You violently repress the living truth of your sadness, and you elevate a pale, lifeless impostor to the surface. Society highly rewards and appreciates this impostor. The impostor is called a saint, a respectable citizen, a great and composed leader. But inside, behind that carefully maintained mask, you are slowly bleeding to death. You have become a hypocrite, completely alienated from your own source. How can you ever hope to know yourself if you refuse to accept yourself exactly as you are in the moment? To truly break free from this cage of hypocrisy, you must learn to live your emotions with absolute authenticity. When sadness arrives, do not try to run away from it by jumping into a busy distraction or drinking a bottle of alcohol. Do not say, "I am sad," as if sadness is a separate object that has attached itself to you. No, drop the distance entirely and state clearly, "I am sadness. Right now, this is my living truth." Allow yourself to sink into that space without any interpretation, without judging it as bad or wrong. It is simply an energetic weather pattern passing through your consciousness. You will be utterly astonished by the miracle that unfolds when you do this. The very moment you stop fighting the sadness, the moment the inner division fades away and you relax completely into what is, a strange, profound grace fills your being. Relaxation brings an undeniable sense of joy. All psychological pain exists solely because you are divided against yourself. Pain is synonymous with internal conflict, and happiness is simply the total absence of that conflict. It sounds deeply paradoxical to the logical mind. How can accepting sadness make a person joyful? It defies all mathematical logic, but it is the ultimate existential law. Try it for yourself. Live it, experience it. But remember a crucial warning. Do not accept sadness with the hidden motivation of achieving joy. Do not play a cunning mental game where you think, Osho says, if I accept this sadness, I will become happy, so let me quickly accept it so that joy can arrive. If that remains your hidden agenda, nothing will happen. The underlying conflict will persist, and you will find yourself constantly peeking out of the corner of your eye, wondering, why hasn't the happiness arrived yet? I have been sitting here pretending to accept this sadness for an hour. Joy cannot be pursued as a direct goal. It is not something you can buy or manufacture through a calculated technique. Joy is always a byproduct, a natural consequence of inner unity, of absolute uniqueness. You must stay completely united with whatever your truth is in the present moment, without any motivation, without any desire to change it into something else. The next moment, anger might surface, and you must accept that anger with the same absolute totality. The following moment, love might blossom or jealousy might sting. Whatever it is, live it completely, without letting a single sliver of division creep back in. It is not the emotion itself that causes human suffering. It is your constant, neurotic interpretation that the emotion is wrong that creates the psychological anxiety. Anger is not painful. It is the moralistic idea that you should not be angry that tortures your soul. Sex is not ugly. It is the puritanical decree that sex is a sin that turns it into a dark, obsessive, perverted nightmare. The naked fact is always deeply liberating. Jesus uttered a statement of tremendous cosmic significance when he said, "The truth shall make you free." But do not just memorize that sentence as a dead piece of philosophy. You must become the truth. To be the truth means to drop all your manufactured masks, all your holy pretensions, and to stand exposed before existence as a completely natural being. Look at the trees, look at the wild animals, look at the birds soaring across the sky. They do not carry a single holy book. They have never attended a Sunday sermon, yet they live in a state of continuous, unfragmented bliss. When a human being finally gathers the courage to abandon his artificial ideals and accepts his nature unconditionally, a great thunderous silence descends upon him. There is no longer any room for moralistic interpretation. In that relaxed state of no mind, sadness reveals its exquisite depth, anger reveals its vital energy, and sex reveals its playful creativity. When everything is seen as beautiful and natural, you finally settle into your own primordial source. This internal transformation is the true meaning behind Socrates' ancient advice. Know thyself. It is not an intellectual accumulation of facts. It is the total awakening of your consciousness. Every religion in the past has taught you the exact opposite of this freedom. They have all taught you the art of self-repression. And what is repression? Repression is the systematic murder of your soul. It is a slow, methodical poisoning where you spend your entire life doing things you never actually wanted to do, and being a person you were never meant to be. Repression is a device used by the established powers to weaken you, to cripple your energy, to turn you into a helpless, obedient slave. They know that if a man is allowed to grow up with a deep, overflowing love for himself, he becomes completely untamable. A man who loves himself can never be forced to bow down before a corrupt politician. He can never be frightened into submitting to a dogmatic priest. He can never be manipulated into sacrificing his life on a battlefield for a piece of rotten cloth called a national flag. Self-love makes you an absolute emperor of your own heart. It gives you deep, unshakable roots in your own being. And because a self-loving man is an independent individual, he poses a tremendous threat to all the institutionalized interests of a crazy society. Look at how carefully they have arranged the trap. Every child is born with an immense, natural love for himself. The child is completely fascinated by his own body, by his own breath, by his own spontaneous desires. But immediately, the wolves of society surround the cradle. The parents want the child to love them exclusively. The church wants the child to love a distant, imaginary God. The state wants the child to love the motherland. They systematically divert the child's love away from his own center and force it to focus on an external object. This clever diversion makes the individual incredibly poor and dependent. The moment the object of your love is outside of you, whether it is a spouse, a president, a pope, or a deity, you become a beggar. You become completely dependent on the object for your sense of worth and survival. You constantly look into the eyes of others, begging for validation, begging for a crumbs of attention, terrified that if they look away, your entire personality will crumble into nothingness. This creates a deeply neurotic society where everyone is desperately trying to love someone else, while their own inner reservoirs are completely dry. Two empty beggars meet and form a relationship, each expecting the other to fill their void. Of course, it is an impossible expectation, and that is why lovers spend their entire lives fighting, teasing, and violently offending each other. They are furious that they are not receiving the love they expected, completely unaware that the other person is just as empty and destitute as they are. If a child were allowed to grow up correctly, he would be encouraged to nourish his self-love until he is completely full, until his heart is literally overflowing with an excess of love energy. Sharing then becomes a joyous necessity, not a desperate transaction. An overflowing person does not depend on anyone. He is a pure giver, and a giver is never a slave. When two such individuals meet, two emperors who are absolute masters of their own hearts, there is an explosion of pure celebration. There is no dependency, no possessiveness, no jealousy. Each individual remains beautifully independent, well-centered, and deeply grounded in his own unique being. From that deep ground, the rich juice of love rises to the surface and blooms into thousands of exquisite roses. Such a beautiful, healthy humanity has not been allowed to manifest so far because of the persistent interference of messiahs, prophets, popes, and politicians. These historical figures have crushed the human spirit for the sole purpose of feeding their own massive egos and maintaining their institutional power. The logic is clear and undeniable. Either the Savior becomes the central object of your blind worship, and you are reduced to a helpless shadow following him into the dark, or you discover your own inner divinity, overflow with self-love, and realize that you are already saved, that you are already living in paradise. If you realize that paradise is here and now, who will care about the priest's fictional heaven? The priest's business would immediately go bankrupt. The politician would lose his mindless followers. The entire global infrastructure of psychological exploration would collapse overnight. Learning to love yourself is the most natural thing in the world. Yet you have been trained to do the practically impossible, to hate yourself and to love strangers. You must break this vicious circle. You must reclaim your natural inheritance. Look at what they do in Japan to certain magnificent trees. They take a tree that has the potential to grow 30 meters high into the sky, to touch the stars with its branches, and they place it in a bottomless pot. As the roots try to grow deep into the earth, they constantly cut them. They prune the roots systematically, never allowing them to find depth. As a result, the tree becomes old, Its trunk becomes gnarled and ancient, but its height remains a mere 15 centimeters. The Japanese consider this a high form of art, but I tell you, it is pure, unadulterated murder. It is the exact same strategy that has been deployed against the human race for thousands of years. Your religions and your educational systems have continuously cut your roots of self-love. They have kept you spiritually dwarfed, preventing you from expanding your consciousness and touching the ultimate heights of the divine. They teach you that selfishness is a sin and that altruism is the highest virtue. They demand that you sacrifice your living reality for stupid manufactured ideas. People willingly go out and die for lines drawn on a map by power-hungry politicians. The earth is one, beautifully undivided, but maps are sliced into artificial nations to maintain the illusion of political power. Millions of young men who have not even had a true taste of life's treasures are sent to foreign lands to murder other innocent young men in the name of democracy, in the name of religion, in the name of God. Christians and Muslims have slaughtered each other for centuries, both violently invoking the name of the exact same deity. It is an insane world that we have created, and the only way out of this global madness is to become absolutely, uncompromisingly selfish. Love yourself, take care of your own intelligence, and allow your consciousness to reach its absolute peak. True altruism can only ever be a natural byproduct of intense self-love. When you are rich within, when you are bursting with joy and ecstasy, giving becomes a pure celebration. You do not give to accumulate moral points for heaven. You give simply because it feels incredibly beautiful to share. By refusing to love yourself, you continuously dodge the ultimate responsibility of your own existence. You try to dump the heavy burden of your life onto someone else's shoulders. You blame God, you blame fate, you blame your parents, you even blame Adam and Eve and the poor serpent from millions of years ago. Look at the sheer idiocy of the Genesis story that has shaped the Western mind. God tells the first human beings, "Do not eat from the tree of knowledge, and do not eat from the tree of life." He explicitly forbids them from accessing the two most magnificent treasures of existence. He demands that they remain completely ignorant and that they postpone their living reality. But a compassionate, intelligent snake comes along and speaks the truth. God is simply jealous. He is terrified that if you eat from these trees, you will become wise, you will become conscious, and you will become exactly equal to Him. Then, who will bow down to worship Him? Disobedience was the greatest day in human history. It was through saying no to a tyrannical command that man achieved his initial dignity, his pride, his individuality, and his integrity. We should change the traditional phrase entirely. Instead of saying, "Thank God," we should say, "Thanks to the serpent." It was the serpent's courtesy and compassion that jump-started human consciousness. The crowd, the flock, the herd will never forgive the individual who chooses to stand on his own 2 feet and declares his independence. But taking that risk is the only way to truly live. The more dangerously you live, the more alive you become. You must stop behaving like a calculated businessman in the sphere of life. You must become a wild, uninhibited player. Put everything you have into the game. Live this present moment with such totality and intensity that the entire darkness of your conditioning vanishes in a single flash of authentic laughter. Churches and mosques have become the graves of the living God because they have successfully cut off man's immediate, direct relationship with the cosmos. You do not need a synagogue, a church, or a professional priest to experience the divine. The sky, the stars, the roaring ocean, the morning sunrise, the birds singing in the trees, the existence as a whole is a continuous, spectacular sermon. It is happening all around you, completely free from the corrupt text of human theology. You only need to trust yourself, which is simply another name for loving yourself. When you trust your own senses, your own heart, and your own intelligence, you assume full responsibility for your destiny. This alignment with existence gives you such tremendous inner force that no power on earth can ever reduce you to a slave again. You become beautifully integrated, capable of enjoying not just the peak moments of life, but the ultimate mystery of death as well. Look at the immense dignity of Socrates when he was condemned to death by the mediocre democratic majority of Athens. His only crime was that he was an authentic individual who made the youth skeptical, rebellious, and highly intelligent. He refused to let the older generation impose their hypocritical lies onto the young mind. When the hour of his execution arrived, the man in charge of preparing the poison was crying and delaying the process because he recognized Socrates' unmatched beauty and intelligence. But Socrates was completely calm, his face radiant with an intense curiosity. He urged the executioner, "Do not be lazy, bring the poison quickly, the sun is setting." The executioner asked in disbelief, "Why are you so excited to die?" Socrates explained beautifully, "I have lived my life fully. I loved. I spoke my truth. I did exactly what my heart desired. Now life is known. It was beautiful. But now death has arrived, and I want to taste this new experience." There are only two possibilities. Either my soul will continue to live in a new, body-free form, which is an exciting journey, or the materialists are right and everything will completely end, which is also a magnificent state of absolute rest. Why should I waste this present moment worrying about something that has not happened yet? This is the stance of a man who loves himself unconditionally. He does not blame the judges. He does not blame the angry crowd. He takes full responsibility for his own death. He lived as an absolute individual, and he died as an absolute individual. If this earth could be filled with authentic individuals of such caliber, we could transform this planet into an earthly paradise of unimaginable ecstasy. But to allow the new man to be born, you must be willing to let the old, conditioned robot within you die. You must recognize that your current mechanical behavior is a slow form of suicide, a clever trick played by society to keep you weak and manageable. The door to freedom is wide open, right here, right now, in the immediate present. Drop all your artificial future goals. Drop your heavy baggage of past guilt. Step out of the graveyard of organized religion and join the festive, beautiful dance of life. When I say live dangerously, I mean the absolute willingness to abandon the safe, predictable shores of the familiar and plunge headlong into the uncharted, trackless ocean of your own interiority. The physical risks that thrill the modern thrill seeker, climbing the frozen peaks of Everest, jumping from airplanes, racing vehicles at breakneck speeds, are mere child's play compared to the authentic danger of looking directly into the mirror of your own soul. Physical risk involves only the body, and the body belongs to the world of matter, which is destined to dissolve sooner or later. The real danger, the supreme risk, begins when you decide to risk your psychological structure, your carefully manufactured identity, your social prestige, and your deeply ingrained conditioning. Religion, in its truest essence, is not a safe insurance policy for the afterlife. It is the most hazardous adventure a human being can ever undertake. It is a spiritual leap into an abyss where there is no guarantee of return, no map to guide your steps, and no anchor to hold you down. The mind naturally recoils from this prospect because the mind is a creature of absolute security. It wants everything neatly labeled, categorized, and filed away. It thrives on the known, even if the known is a state of continuous misery, boredom, and despair. Look at your lives. You live in an ongoing state of dull, heavy predictability. You wake up at the same hour, eat the same synthetic food, speak the same empty platitudes to a spouse you can no longer stand. and slide into the same mechanical routine at an office that drains your vitality day by day. You are miserable. Your heart feels like a dry desert, yet you cling to this structure with a desperate white-knuckled grip because it feels familiar. It is safe. You know the dimensions of your cage, and the cage has become your entire universe. The moment someone suggests opening the door and stepping out into the wild, open sky, a deep, primitive terror grips your heart. You begin to rationalize your slavery, turning it into a virtue. You call your cowardice responsibility. You call your mechanical obedience respectability. And you call your spiritual stagnation wisdom. I tell you, this is not life. It is merely a prolonged, slow-motion journey toward the cemetery. You are already dead. But because your lungs are still pumping air and your heart is still beating, you are under the grand illusion that you are alive. Authentic life begins only when you are willing to step across the boundary of the known, when you are ready to bet everything you have for the sake of the unknown. This deep existential risk is precisely what frightens the established crowd, the organized herd. The crowd cannot tolerate an individual who chooses to live by his own light because his very existence exposes the utter falsity and emptiness of their collective lifestyle. When you see a person who is truly happy, who is dancing with pure joy for no particular reason, who has no ambition to conquer the world but is absolutely content in the immediate present, it provokes a tremendous, burning envy within the masses. The crowd lives in continuous psychological scarcity, constantly chasing an elusive tomorrow that never arrives. They are working hard to accumulate wealth, power, and prestige, under the assumption that these toys will somehow fill the deep, aching void in their souls. Then, suddenly, a madman like Socrates, Diogenes, or a wandering ball mystic appears on the scene. He has no bank balance, no grand palace, no respectable titles, yet his eyes are overflowing with an unearthly splendor, and his heart is full of eternal songs. He is richer than any emperor, completely satisfied in his nakedness, completely free in his alonest. The crowd feels deeply insulted by this radiance. His joy makes their hard-earned success look utterly worthless. If this beggar is happy without anything, then their entire life of calculated struggle, sacrifice, and competition becomes a monumental joke. Therefore, the crowd must destroy the individual. They must find a way to silence his song, to stop his dance, to crush his independence. If they cannot kill him physically, they will deploy a far more subtle and devastating weapon. They will institutionalize him. They will build a beautiful, cold marble church around his living truth. They will turn his spontaneous words into a dead, rigid scripture, and they will appoint a professional class of priests to interpret his silence. This is the ultimate betrayal. The priest is not a guardian of the divine. He is a highly skilled manager of human fear. His entire livelihood depends on keeping you disconnected from your own inner source. If you look closely into the mechanics of organized religion, you will find that it functions exactly like a corporate marketplace. The church is a shopping mall where salvation is sold as a high-yield commodity and guilt is manufactured as the primary currency. The priest tells you that you are born in sin, that your natural instincts are inherently corrupt, and that you are standing on the very brink of eternal damnation. He creates the disease of guilt within your psychology, and then he presenting himself as the only authorized doctor who holds the cure. The moment you accept the priest's definition of your being, you lose your spiritual sovereignty. You become a psychological beggar, dependent on the church for a crumbs of validation, constantly seeking absolution for the simple crime of being a natural human being. You are told that you cannot communicate with the divine directly, that your prayers will not reach the ears of the cosmos unless they are stamped and approved by a recognized mediator. Look at the absolute absurdity of this setup. You are an integral part of this living universe. You are born out of it. You breathe its air every single moment. Your heart beats in perfect synchronization with the grand cosmic rhythm. How can you be separate from the divine? How can a child be separate from the mother who gave him life? The universe requires no introduction, no intermediaries, no holy passport. The silent trees, the rushing rivers, the distant stars, they are all in a state of continuous, unmediated dialogue with the ultimate source. But the priest has built a high, thick wall between you and reality, and he charges a heavy fee for anyone who wishes to peek through the keyhole. When you share your deep reflections down below in the comments, when you express your inner journey honestly, it is not merely an algorithmic interaction. It is a way of breaking through this wall of isolation. It is an act of recognizing that your search for truth is a shared human longing, a collective awakening of the spirit. We must learn to communicate with each other not as members of a separate flock, not as Christians, Hindus, or Muslims, but as pure individuals who are groping in the dark toward the same eternal light. The moment you drop your religious labels, the moment you realize that your church is nothing but a spiritual marketplace, you step into a space of immense freedom. You begin to understand that the true temple is not made of stone. It is your own living body, your own quiet awareness, This realization requires a radical transformation in the way you approach your daily life. It means you must stop behaving like a mechanical robot that has been programmed by society to fulfill a specific utility. From the moment you enter the educational system, you are trained to become an efficient machine. Society is not interested in your unique genius, your spontaneous joy, your poetic sensibility. It does not care whether you become a fully realized, integrated human being. It only cares about your productivity, your conformity, your capacity to fit seamlessly into the vast competitive machinery of the state. You are taught to suppress your feelings, to ignore the wisdom of your body, and to live exclusively in your head. The head is a marvelous computer, a highly useful tool for calculating numbers, designing technology, and managing the external world. But the head is completely incapable of experiencing love, joy, or silence. The head knows only the language of calculation, of profit and loss, of cause and effect. When the head becomes the absolute master of your life, you become a highly efficient, deeply miserable robot. You may accumulate a massive bank account, buy a magnificent mansion, and achieve the highest social status, but inside you will remain an absolute beggar. You will look at your life and find a total absence of meaning, an empty desert where no flowers can ever bloom. To compensate for this inner poverty, you begin to seek external distractions. You run from one amusement to another, from one relationship to another, from one worldly goal to another, under the illusion that more speed, more accumulation, and more excitement will somehow silence the screaming void within your chest. It is a hopeless chase. You cannot fill an internal spiritual void with external material garbage. The only way to find satisfaction is to slide down from the head into the heart, and finally from the heart into the very core of your being. This inner movement is the whole purpose of our gathering, the single intent behind every word I speak to you. Those who choose to click the join button, who decide to support this commune and walk with us hand in hand, are not committing themselves to a new belief system, a new ideology, or a new prison. They are simply declaring their willingness to step out of the mechanical collective and explore the dangerous, beautiful territory of individual consciousness. It is a support system for those who are brave enough to be themselves, who are ready to drop their social masks and look reality squarely in the face. This work cannot be sustained by the old structures of the marketplace. It can only happen through the spontaneous, loving contributions of individuals who have tasted a small drop of freedom and wish to make that space available for thousands of other sleeping souls across the planet. A gesture like a super thanks is a modern expression of that ancient, beautiful gratitude that has always existed between seekers and the space that feeds their souls. It is an uncalculated sharing, an act of pure celebration that helps keep the flame of true spirituality alive in a world that is rapidly drowning in materialism and mechanical unconsciousness. To understand this transition from the head to the heart, we must look deeply into the nature of human relationships, particularly the institution of marriage. Marriage is one of the most clever devices invented by the social marketplace to destroy the dangerous, unpredictable energy of love. Love is a wild flower. It cannot be cultivated in a domestic garden. It cannot be bound by a legal contract. It cannot be guaranteed for tomorrow. Love is a spontaneous happening of the heart, a mysterious meeting of two life energies that flows according to its own hidden laws. Today it is here, overflowing like a beautiful river, filling your entire universe with fragrance. Tomorrow it may be gone, vanishing as mysteriously as it arrived. This fluidity of love creates an intense feeling of insecurity in the logical mind. The mind wants permanence, predictability, and safety. It cannot tolerate the idea that the person who loves them today might look at them tomorrow with cold indifference. Therefore, the mind seeks to capture love, to cage it, to transform it into a legal property. That is the origin of marriage. Marriage is a sophisticated contract designed to force two people to pretend that they love each other even when the life energy of that love has completely evaporated. It tells you that because you felt a spark of love 10 years ago, you must continue to act as if that spark is still alive today, tomorrow, and until the day you die. It turns a living, dynamic relationship into a dead, rigid institution. The consequences are absolutely disastrous. The moment love becomes a duty, a legal obligation, its beauty dies. You can force yourself to behave politely. You can fulfill your marital duties. You can manage a home together, but you cannot force your heart to feel joy. The relationship becomes a heavy, suffocating weight, a prison sentence that both partners are serving with a deep, silent resentment. Look at the average married couple. They have completely forgotten how to look into each other's eyes with pure wonder and gratitude. They no longer see each other as unique, mysterious individuals. They see each other as functional objects. As a husband who provides financial security and a wife who manages the household and cares for the children. They have reduced each other to a commodity. They live in the same house, sleep in the same bed, yet they are separated by a vast, unbridgeable canyon of unspoken words, repressed anger, and unfulfilled desires. Their communication has been reduced to a continuous petty warfare over trivial matters. Who spent the money? Who forgot to clean the kitchen? Who didn't listen to whom? This warfare is nothing but a safe outlet for the deep underlying frustration of a dead relationship. They cannot admit the real problem, that their love is dead, that their marriage is a lie. So they fight over the curtains, the food, and the television remote. If a man has any aesthetic sensibility, if he has even a small drop of meditative awareness, he will see that making love in such an atmosphere of friction and resentment is an absolute insult to human dignity. It is nothing more than a mechanical relief, a physical sneeze to release nervous tension so that you can drop off into a heavy, unconscious sleep. It has no creativity, no beauty, no spiritual depth. It is a purely animalistic reaction to excess biological energy. I am not against the animal. The animal has its own innocent beauty, but man has the potential to become something far higher than a mere animal. Man can turn his sexual energy into a profound meditation, into a bridge that connects him with the ultimate reality. This is the grand vision of Tantra. Tantra tells you that sex is not something to be hated, condemned, or repressed. It is the very raw material out of which your highest consciousness is born. In ordinary sexual intercourse, you are driven by intense excitement. You race toward a peak of arousal, your heartbeat accelerates, your muscles tense, and then, at the absolute height of tension, you ejaculate. The energy is thrown out of the body, the tension collapses, and you feel a brief, fleeting moment of relaxation. This is a peak orgasm, and it is a very costly process. You lose your vital life force. You feel exhausted, slightly depressed, and a deep sense of frustration soon settles into your psychology because the high moment vanished in a matter of seconds. Tantra moves in the diametrically opposite direction. It is not interested in the peak of excitement. It is centered on the deep, quiet valley of absolute relaxation. In a tantric love affair, there is no hurry, no race, no goal to be achieved. The two lovers enter a sacred space that has been beautifully prepared with fragrance, flowers, and gentle music. They do not jump upon each other like wild beasts. They begin with a slow, meditative dance, looking deeply into each other's eyes, allowing their energy fields to melt and merge without any physical friction. When they finally join bodily, they remain completely still. There is no violent movement, no aggressive striving. The man remains passive, silent, and deeply relaxed inside the woman, and the woman holds him in a state of soft, welcoming openness. They simply sit together in a deep embrace, breathing in perfect harmony, letting their opposing bioenergies create a circular circuit of light. Whenever the man feels that his erection is beginning to decrease, he can make a tiny, gentle movement to warm up the energy again, and then he returns to absolute stillness. This deep, meditative hug can be prolonged for hours without ejaculation. There is no loss of energy. On the contrary, the two opposite poles, the male and the female, the positive and the negative, the yin and the yang, act as a continuous generator for each other. They revitalize each other, bathe each other in a clean, radiant life force, and when they finally separate, they do not feel exhausted or depressed. They feel immensely alive, ecstatic, peaceful, and radiant. This is a valley orgasm, an experience of timelessness, of egolessness, of absolute non-duality with existence. A single tantric experience can leave you in a state of profound relaxation and harmony for days. You will move through the world without a single trace of violence, irritation, or anxiety, because your inner reservoirs are full, completely satisfied. Our beautifully written e-books are designed specifically to act as practical guides for this kind of inner alchemy. They are not academic texts meant to fill your head with more intellectual garbage, more complicated theories, or more sterile definitions. They are written to provide you with simple, clear, and actionable insights into the art of meditation, the transformation of energy, and the reclamation of your natural innocence. They are intimate companions for your quiet hours, whispers from the soul that remind you of your infinite potential whenever you are tempted to fall back into the mechanical slumber of the social marketplace. You can download them right now. Let their insights seep into your daily awareness, and watch how your approach to love, work, and silence begins to mutate into something far richer and more meaningful. But remember, the marketplace will always tell you that you must achieve something, that you must become a celebrity, a successful entrepreneur, a famous politician, or even a great saint. This obsession with becoming is the root cause of all human neurosis. You are already that which existence wanted you to be. You do not need to improve upon your nature. You only need to live it, to express it, to celebrate it. The idea of the better man is a conservative, reformist trick to keep you chained to the past. Every politician, every priest, every traditional teacher loves the idea of the better man because it implies continuity. It means you remain the same old, obedient, ambitious robot, but with a few upgraded features. You become a better soldier, a more productive worker, a more respectable citizen. It does not require a radical mutation of your consciousness. I am not interested in the better man. I am exclusively dedicated to the birth of the new man. The new man is a rebel. He is a clean break from the entire pathological past of humanity. He does not carry the heavy baggage of history, of national pride, of religious superstition, of racial prejudice. He is a blank slate, completely clean, completely innocent. He lives in the absolute immediacy of the present moment, without any future goals, without any calculations of profit and loss. He knows that life is not a serious business venture. It is a cosmic game, a playful Leela that has no purpose outside of itself. Why should a game have a purpose? The purpose of playing a game is simply the joy of playing it. When a child runs after a butterfly or collects colored stones on the beach, he does not ask what the ultimate goal of his action is. He is completely happy in the doing itself. The new man brings this childlike innocence back into the world, but with the maturity of a fully awakened consciousness. He is what I call Zorba the Buddha. He is a beautiful synthesis of the earth and the sky, of the material and the spiritual, of prose and poetry. As a Zorba, he enjoys all the simple, physical pleasures of this earth. He loves good food, fine wine, beautiful music, comfortable housing, and the deep ecstasy of love. He carries no guilt about his body, no shame about his natural desires. He is deeply rooted in the soil of reality, but he does not stop there. He does not remain confined to the material plane. He expands his branches high into the heavens, touching the stars of meditation, silence, and cosmic awareness. He can sit alone under a tree in absolute stillness for hours, completely content in his own being, without a single thought in his mind, without a single ripple in his heart. When you share this video with those around you, with your friends, your family, your colleagues, you are dropping a small, explosive seed of the new man into their consciousness. You are challenging them to look at the sheer absurdity of their serious, worried, and mechanical existences. You are opening a small window for them to see that there is another way to live, a way of laughter, of dance, of absolute celebration. Do not do this with the aggressive mind of a missionary trying to convert someone to a new religion. Do not become a nuisance to your neighbors. Share it simply as an act of love, as an overflowing of your own joy, as a beautiful flower that you present to someone without any expectation of return. If they are ready, the seed will find fertile soil in their hearts and begin to sprout. If they are asleep, let them sleep, for even their sleep is part of the grand cosmic design. Look at the absolute tragedy of modern education. It is a systematic process of corruption, that takes a highly intelligent, intensely alive, and infinitely curious child and turns him into a dull, anxious, and competitive professional. You are taught that time is money, that you must never waste a single moment, and that every action must lead to a specific achievement. You are forced to run in an absurd race where everyone is trying to overtake everyone else, without anyone ever questioning where the race is heading. What is the ultimate prize at the end of this grand marathon? A gold medal from the state, a fine obituary in the newspaper, a respectable funeral? For these worthless toys, you sacrifice your living reality, your capacity to love, your willingness to laugh, your spontaneous creativity. You spend your entire life preparing to live, constantly postponing your happiness for a tomorrow that is always just out of reach. I tell you, tomorrow never comes. It is an absolute mathematical fiction. Whenever reality manifests, it always arrives as the today, as the here, as the now. If you do not know how to live in this immediate moment, you will never know how to live at all. You will simply grow old. You will never grow up. True maturity has nothing to do with the age of your physical body. It is the natural ripening of your meditative awareness. It is the capacity to remain completely still, centered, and peaceful within yourself, regardless of the chaos, the success, or the failure that is unfolding in the external world. When you achieve this inner centering, you become an absolute king. You no longer depend on the opinion of others. You no longer beg for a crumbs of attention from the crowd. You are no longer terrified of being left alone. Your aloneness becomes your greatest treasure, your holy sanctuary. It is no longer a state of painful isolation or lonely abandonment. It is the ultimate fulfillment of your being, a beautiful, radiant state of self-containment. You are completely full of your own presence, overflowing with a quiet, uncaused bliss that requires no external stimulus to keep it alive. From this deep center of silence, true love is born. It is a love that does not possess, does not dominate, does not make demands. It is simply a radiant fragrance that your soul naturally exudes whenever you are in the presence of another human being. You give your love exactly like a flower gives its perfume to the wind, completely unconcerned with who passes by, completely content in the act of giving itself. This is the path of the meditator, the ultimate adventure that I invite you to join. Drop your serious, calculating business mind. Leave behind the suffocating graveyard of your churches and mosques and step out into the brilliant, wild, and unpredictable light of reality. Become a courageous warrior of consciousness, a playful actor in the grand theater of life, a beautiful synthesis of Zorba and Buddha. Live each moment with such intensity, such totality, and such uninhibited joy that even when death eventually arrives to claim your physical container, it finds you completely satisfied, dancing, and ready to embark on the ultimate journey into the eternal unknown. This eternal unknown is not something that waits for you at the end of a physical life. It is an active, pulsing reality hidden right now beneath the frantic, crowded noise of your everyday mind. The mind naturally trembles before the vastness of this unknown because it can only exist within the boundaries of that which has already been lived, experienced, and safely catalogued. The mind is entirely a product of your past, a collection of dead memories, borrowed knowledge, and artificial social patterns. It can never know the fresh, vibrant reality of the present moment. It can only look at life through the distorting lens of its own conditioning, constantly trying to predict, calculate, and manipulate every single experience for the sake of its own survival. The moment you step into the trackless dimension of your own being, the mind loses its grip completely. It experiences a form of psychological death, and that is why you are so deeply terrified of true silence. You have been trained to prefer a comfortable, familiar hell over an unpredictable, liberated heaven. You have become so deeply attached to your chains that you look at the keys of freedom with suspicion and intense fear. Look at the absolute tragedy of how human beings choose to navigate their lives. You are constantly carrying the heavy corpse of your yesterday on your back, while simultaneously projecting a fictional, idealized version of your tomorrow onto the blank canvas of the future. In this frantic, mad oscillation between that which is no longer and that which has not yet arrived, you completely miss the single gateway to divine reality, which is the immediate, breathtaking presence of the here and now. I see millions of people walking on this beautiful earth like literal sleepwalkers, completely oblivious to the magnificent cosmic symphony playing out all around them. You are deeply trapped in your thoughts, your worries, your financial anxieties, and your domestic wars. Your bodies are present, but your consciousness is always somewhere else, wandering in the dead graveyards of your past or chasing the mirages of your future ambitions. You have turned your living existence into a boring, repetitive rehearsal for a play that will never actually take place on the stage of reality. To break through this collective hypnosis, to drop the heavy mask of the social robot and step into the brilliant light of your authentic individuality is the highest and most sacred task of a true seeker. It requires an uncompromising, ferocious courage to look into the mirror of your own soul and declare that you will no longer live as a pale imitation of someone else's expectations. If these insights are beginning to crack open the rigid armor of your mind, if you can feel a quiet, revolutionary flame awakening within the depths of your chest, I invite you to share your raw reflections in the comment section down below. Let this digital space become an authentic, transparent sanctuary where we can drop our masks and mirror each other's transformations without the interference of social judgment. Subscribe to this channel right now so we can continue to walk this hazardous, beautiful path together. And like this video to help create a massive wave of consciousness across this sleeping planet. Share this discourse with those souls who are quietly suffocating within the cages of their respectability, because a single word of authentic truth can act as a sudden spark that explodes their entire prison structure. The social order cannot afford to let you become an authentic, self-contained individual, because its entire economic and political survival depends on your continuous state of division and inner poverty. A divided human being is a highly manageable commodity. He is constantly filled with a deep, aching void, and because he does not know how to find the rich treasures hidden within his own being, he becomes an absolute paradise for the exploiters of the marketplace. The advertiser tells you that if you buy this luxury vehicle, your life will suddenly find meaning. The fashion mogul tells you that if you wear these designer clothes, you will finally become attractive and worthy of respect. The politician tells you that if you vote for his party, your future will be completely secure. You are constantly running from one worldly object to another, from one superficial distraction to another, under the grand illusion that accumulation will somehow fill the bottomless pit of your inner emptiness. It is a completely hopeless, circular chase. You cannot cure an internal spiritual hunger with external material garbage. This deep understanding is precisely what sets our spiritual family apart from the calculated transactions of the mundane world. Those brave souls who choose to click the join button on this channel, who decide to become official members of our global commune, are not purchasing a product or investing in a commercial venture. They are simply expressing their spontaneous love and willingness to protect this space of freedom. They are providing the essential fuel that allows these dangerous, liberating truths to be broadcast to thousands of searching hearts across the globe, uncorrupted by the interests of any institutionalized power. A beautiful gesture, like a super thanks, is a natural, uncalculated overflow of gratitude from a seeker who has tasted a small drop of nectar and wishes to support the continuous expansion of this light. We also have our meticulously crafted e-books available for you, designed to serve as intimate, silent mirrors for your daily meditation and inner growth. But I tell you, do not buy them out of a sense of moral obligation or spiritual duty. Access them only if your heart feels a spontaneous alignment with the fragrance of these teachings, because the divine is not a business transaction. It is a wild, uninhibited celebration of pure sharing. Look at the archetype of the monk that has been worshipped by almost every religion for thousands of years. The monk is celebrated as a great saint, a holy man of absolute purity, simply because he has chosen to turn his back on life, on love, on joy, and on all the beautiful pleasures of this earth. He fasts until his body becomes a gnarled, emaciated skeleton. He isolates himself in a dark, cold monastery or a lonely cave. He violently represses his sexual energy, looking at his natural biological urges as the work of the devil. I tell you, the traditional monk is not a spiritual being. He is a deeply pathological, self-destructive, neurotic. He is committing a slow, respectable form of suicide in the name of God. How can you worship a deity who is supposedly the creator of this magnificent, colorful universe, while simultaneously destroying the very body and senses that allow you to perceive its beauty? It is an absolute, monumentally insane contradiction. Religions have praised this self-torture because a suffering, guilt-ridden human being is incredibly easy to exploit. The moment you repress your natural sexuality, the moment you force your body to live in a state of starvation and deprivation, your energy becomes completely stagnant. It turns into a dark, festering wound within your unconscious mind. A man who hates his own body cannot love anyone else. He becomes filled with a subconscious cruelty, a venomous anger that he projects onto the world in the form of moralistic judgment. Look at the history of the Christian Inquisition, the Islamic jihads, the violent crusades of religious fanatics. Who were the perpetrators of these unimaginable atrocities? They were almost always led by celibate monks, frustrated priests, and repressed ascetics who could not tolerate the sight of natural human joy. Because their own lives were a dark, suffocating nightmare of self-repression, they wanted to turn the entire earth into a massive, blood-soaked graveyard. They called their violence holy work, but it was nothing but the explosive eruption of their own twisted, poisoned sexual energy. True religion has absolutely nothing to do with renunciation or self-mortification. True religion is an unconditional celebration of life in all its multidimensional richness. I want you to be a deep, uninhibited consumer of existence. Eat well, drink well, laugh with absolute totality, and let your body feel the exquisite touch of love and pleasure. Do not look at the material world as an enemy to be conquered or an illusion to be avoided. The material is simply the visible skin of the spiritual, and the spiritual is the invisible core of the material. They are not two separate entities fighting against each other. They are the positive and negative poles of the exact same cosmic energy field. Unless your roots go deep into the rich, dark soil of the earth, your branches can never stretch high into the clouds of heaven. If you wish to reach the ultimate peak of the Buddha, you must first master the earthly celebration of the Zorba. Consider the absolute hypocrisy of the priest who stands in the confessional box, demanding that you lay bare your deepest secrets so that he can grant you absolute absolution. Who is this priest to stand between you and the living cosmos? He is a human being just like you, carrying the exact same biological drives, the exact same hidden desires, and the exact same psychological neuroses. In fact, because he is forced to live an unnatural life of celibacy and holy pretense, his mind is often far more crowded with perverted pornography than the mind of an ordinary man on the street. He listens to your confessions not out of a sense of pure, divine compassion, but to feed his own secret curiosity and to maintain his psychological grip over your life. Knowledge is power, and by knowing your hidden flaws and your self-manufactured sins, the priest ensures that you will always remain a trembling, dependent servant of the Church. I heard about an elderly Catholic priest who was listening to the confession of a young, extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was weeping bitterly, describing how she had given in to her intense passions and made love to her boyfriend in the back seat of a car under the brilliant light of the full moon. The priest leaned closer to the screen, his breathing heavy, his upper lip twitching with suppressed excitement. He asked, in a low, trembling voice, "Tell me, my daughter, exactly what position did you use? What did he say to you in that moment of passion? Where exactly did his hands touch your skin?" The young woman looked confused and said, "But Father, why are these details necessary for my forgiveness?" The priest quickly cleared his throat and replied, "It is absolutely necessary, my child, because for the sin to be properly washed away, I must be able to visualize the full extent of the transgression. Look at the absolute, disgusting, trickery of the game. The priest is simply using his holy position to satisfy his own repressed voyeurism, while the poor woman leaves the church carrying a heavier burden of guilt and shame than when she entered. You must drop this entire game of confession and external absolution. If you have made a mistake, if you have acted out of unconsciousness and hurt someone, you do not need to hide inside a dark box and talk to a professional charlatan. Sit silently by yourself, look directly into the wound with absolute awareness, and let the light of your own consciousness heal the error. The moment you bring the light of awareness into a dark corner of your psychology, the dark simply ceases to exist. It requires no punishment, no holy water, no mechanical penance. Awareness is the only true purifying fire in existence. When you live your life with total awareness, responsibility ceases to be a social obligation imposed from the outside. It becomes a spontaneous, beautiful response to the reality of the present moment. This transition from unconscious mechanical behavior to conscious, spontaneous action is the absolute core of our meditative experiment. When you leave a comment down below expressing your personal struggles with guilt and the artificial rules of your upbringing, you are actively bringing these hidden patterns out into the open light. You are refusing to let the ghost of the priest dominate your internal world. This channel is not a platform for gathering passive believers or creating a new collective dogma. It is an active crucible for individual transformation. By subscribing to this space, by engaging deeply with these discourses, you are choosing to withdraw your energy from the massive, mechanical marketplace of organized religion and placing it squarely back into your own hands. You are choosing to become the absolute master of your own destiny, an independent voyager into the deep mysteries of existence. Look at the calculated mind of the entrepreneur, the businessman who dominates the structure of modern civilization, particularly in the affluent societies of the West. The entrepreneur is a creature who lives exclusively in the world of calculation, of bargaining, of profit and loss. He looks at every single thing in life through a mercenary lens. What can I get out of this? How much profit will this investment yield? What is the utility of this person, this relationship, this object? He is constantly treating life as a market commodity. Even when he decides to turn his attention toward the inner world, towards spirituality or meditation, he carries his business manual tucked safely under his arm. He approaches a master or a spiritual commune with the exact same calculating attitude. How long will it take for me to achieve enlightenment? What will be the return on my investment if I dedicate an hour a day to silence? Can I purchase meditation with my wealth? I tell you, you can buy kingdoms, you can buy politicians, you can buy palaces and diamonds, but you cannot buy a single drop of meditation. Meditation is not a commodity that can be traded in the marketplace. It is a state of being that requires the absolute surrender of your calculating mind. The entrepreneur only understands the language of cash, of effort, of active aggression and manipulation. He thinks that if he works hard enough, if he pushes violently enough, he can conquer the kingdom of God just like he conquered the corporate world. But the kingdom of God is not a corporate entity that can be taken over by a hostile audit. It opens its doors only to those who are willing to drop their cunning calculations and stand before reality in a state of absolute, vulnerable innocence. There is an old, profound story about a multimillionaire merchant in ancient India who went to visit Mahavira, the great enlightened master. The merchant was incredibly wealthy. His caravans stretched across the entire country, and even the local kings regularly borrowed massive sums of money from his banks. He walked into Mahavira's assembly, his silk robes rustling, his fingers dripping with priceless emeralds. He bowed superficially and said, "Master, I have heard a tremendous amount of talk about this thing you call meditation. Everywhere I go in this city, people are completely caught up in a fever, singing your praises and talking about inner peace. Tell me plainly, how much does this meditation cost? I am ready to pay any price you name. If you need a magnificent new temple built of pure marble, I will finance it overnight. Just give me the meditation and let me be on my way." Mahavira looked at the man with deep, cosmic compassion and hesitated for a long moment. The merchant became impatient and said, "Why do you hesitate, Master? Is my money not good enough? I tell you, there is no sum on earth that can frighten my bank account." Mahavira smiled gently and replied, "My friend, your money is completely irrelevant here. But I can see that you are an aggressive businessman who does not like to leave empty-handed. Let me give you a clue. There is a very poor man who lives in a tiny mud hut at the very edge of this city. His name is Punya. He has been sitting in silence for many years and has achieved a state of absolute, radiant meditation. He is so destitute that his children are currently starving, and he does not have a single piece of bread to feed them tonight. Go to him. He might be desperate enough to sell you a small fraction of his meditation for a few gold coins." The merchant thanked Mahavira profusely, ran out of the temple, jumped into his golden chariot, and rushed to the outskirts of the city. He found the tiny, crumbling mud hut and knocked violently on the door. A thin, emaciated man, wrapped in a tattered piece of cloth, opened the door. The merchant did not waste any time. He produced a massive bag of pure gold coins, dropped it on the floor, and said, "Listen to me, Punya. I know you are starving. I am here to make you a deal that will change your life forever. Take this gold, buy yourself a grand mansion, feed your children for the rest of their days. All I want in return is for you to give me your meditation. Just sign it over to me right now." Punya looked at the massive bag of gold. Then he looked into the frantic, greedy eyes of the merchant, and he burst into a loud, thunderous roar of authentic laughter. He said, "My beloved friend, you can buy my body, you can buy my hut, you can buy my children as slaves, and I will not resist you. But how can I give you my meditation? Meditation is not an object that can be transferred from one hand to another. It is the very flavor of my being. It is the silence that arises when all desires and calculations have completely died within the heart. How can you buy silence with gold? Your gold is nothing but a heavy metal that belongs to the earth, while meditation is a sky that opens up within the consciousness. Pick up your bag of coins and go home. You cannot buy reality. You have to become it. The entrepreneur must understand that to enter the world of meditation, he does not need to abandon his external business. Sannyas. True initiation into the spiritual life does not mean that you must run away from your store, divorce your spouse, and go to the frozen peaks of the Himalayas. That old, traditional form of renunciation was a complete failure. Millions of people ran away to the mountains, but they carried their crowded, calculating business minds with them in their pockets. You can escape the world, but you cannot escape your own mind. It follows you like a shadow wherever you go. And in the silence of the forest, it will simply recreate the exact same anxious, competitive world around you. True renunciation is not about letting go of external reality. It is about dropping the internal mind that tries to possess and calculate reality. When you are in your shop, be a perfectly efficient, intelligent entrepreneur. Use your rational brain to handle the transactions of the marketplace. But the moment the shop closes, the moment you step across the threshold of your home, you must be able to put your business mind completely aside. Do not carry the store on your head into your bedroom. When you are with your wife, do not be a businessman negotiating a contract. Be a wild, uninhibited lover. When you are with your children, do not look at them as future assets or extensions of your ego. Become a child yourself, jump on the floor, laugh, and play with them without any purpose or agenda. And most importantly, dedicate a few hours every single day to absolute aloneness. Sit quietly in your room, close your eyes, do nothing, and simply watch the inner traffic of your thoughts without any judgment or interference. This is the beauty of the Zen approach. Sitting silently, doing nothing. Spring comes, and the grass grows by itself. You do not need to pull the grass to make it grow. Your effort will only destroy its roots. You only need to create the capacity to sit in absolute passivity and wait for the spring to arrive. And when the spring of consciousness arrives, the beautiful flowers of joy, peace, and ultimate contentment will bloom within your being completely on their own accord. This uncaused joy is the highest wealth in existence. It does not depend on the balance of your bank account. It does not depend on the fluctuations of the stock market. It cannot be stolen by any thief or destroyed by any economic collapse. It is your eternal, inherent treasure. Our global commune thrives entirely on this philosophy of relaxed, uncalculated support. When our friends choose to click the join button to become official members, or when they send a super thanks during a moment of deep, spontaneous resonance, they are acting directly from this space of non-calculating love. They understand that to keep this flame of raw truth alive in a world dominated by mechanical utility requires a continuous, beautiful pooling of individual energies. It is an act of pure sharing, a cosmic game where the material and the spiritual meet and dance together in perfect harmony. Our ebooks are also designed to be a crucial part of this flow, acting as practical, intimate blueprints to help you navigate the dangerous transitions from the calculated mind to the silent heart. Explore them. Let their insights disrupt your routine patterns and allow your life to transform from a serious struggle for survival into a magnificent, festive celebration. Look at the contrast between the traditional religious mind and the radical consciousness of the Buddha. The religious mind is completely obsessed with morality, with rules, with virtues, and with vices. It tells you that you must constantly perform good deeds so that you can accumulate spiritual merits for the afterlife. It turns virtue into a cold, calculated investment for a future reward in heaven. I tell you, a virtue that is practiced for the sake of a reward is nothing but a highly sophisticated form of greed. It is a business trip masked as holiness. The Buddha operates in an entirely different dimension. He has no interest in artificial rules of morality. His focus is exclusively on the awakening of your consciousness. An enlightened being, a true Buddha, does not follow a moral code because he has completely outgrown the need for external guidelines. When you have eyes to see, you do not need a white cane to feel your way down the street. You walk gracefully, effortlessly avoiding the obstacles, simply because you can see the road clearly. Unconsciousness is the only true sin in existence, and consciousness is the only authentic virtue. When you act out of absolute awareness, it is completely impossible for you to commit a cruel act. It is impossible for you to exploit another human being. It is impossible for you to be violent. Love, compassion, and grace naturally flow from an awakened consciousness, exactly like light radiates from a burning lamp. Therefore, do not waste your time trying to cultivate artificial virtues. Do not try to force yourself to be kind, to be peaceful, to be loving, because your forced virtue will always remain a thin, fragile veneer over a volcano of repressed anger and violence. Focus all your energy on a single point, becoming more alert, more watchful, more meditative in every single action of your daily life. When you walk, walk with full awareness, feeling the touch of the earth beneath your feet. When you eat, eat with total presence, savoring every single taste with intense gratitude. When you speak, listen to the tone of your own voice. Become aware of the motivations behind your words. Slowly, piece by piece, this small stream of awareness will gather within your soul and transform into a massive, unstoppable ocean of light. The seed of your potential will explode, and you will step into the magnificent reality of your own Buddhahood. This is the ultimate destination of human growth, the single purpose for which you have been given this beautiful opportunity called life. Do not let it slip through your fingers while you are drowning in the graveyards of the past. Wake up, claim your kingdom, and enter the festive celebration of the living truth right here and now. And this living truth cannot be found by conforming to the rigid, binary boxes that society has created for your comfort and convenience. Look at how deeply you have been conditioned to fear the fluidity of your own life force. Society demands that a man must remain aggressively masculine 24 hours a day, and that a woman must remain submissively feminine without a single moment of variation. This artificial polarization is a profound crime against your natural ecology. There are moments when a man needs to be utterly soft, receptive, and passive, which are inherently feminine qualities. There are times when a woman needs to stand up with intense aggression, ambition, and fierce clarity, which are traditionally labeled as masculine traits. This dynamic movement between the masculine and feminine poles is a beautiful, natural economy within your consciousness. It has absolutely nothing to do with pathology, and yet, The moment your energy flows outside the prescribed social boundaries, the professional managers of the mind arrive to label you, to categorize you, and to turn your natural development into a psychological crisis. Consider the phenomenon of homosexuality, which has been treated for centuries as an absolute sin by the Church and as a deep mental sickness by the medical establishment. I tell you, homosexuality is simply a natural phase, a necessary transitionary stage in the grand movement of human energy. If a young boy grows up under the shadow of an overly dominant, aggressive mother, his initial perception of femininity becomes deeply colored by fear and irritation. He looks at his father, who has been completely subdued into a passive, henpecked existence, and he feels a profound wave of sympathy mixed with terror. He realizes that to move toward a woman means to invite his own destruction, to surrender his independence to another tyrannical force. Naturally, his life energy retreats from the female polarity and seeks comfort, friendship, and understanding among his own kind. There is an ease, a safe predictability in relating to someone who shares the exact same biological and psychological structure. But the marketplace of labels wants to turn this fluid choice into a permanent, unchangeable identity. They want you to carry the heavy title of a homosexual or a heterosexual, forcing you to fight a political war for your lifestyle. The moment you turn your sexuality into a political campaign, you miss the entire opportunity for inner transformation. You must learn to accept your energy exactly where it stands today, without guilt, without resistance, and without the need to explain yourself to the collective crowd. When you accept the current flow of your desires unconditionally, the hidden friction dissolves. You begin to see that human attraction is a magnificent, playful comedy, completely free from the heavy moralistic decrees of the Vatican or the scientific jargon of modern therapy groups. I am reminded of an old story from the military archives, where after 10 long years of rigid discipline in the army, a group of soldiers was required to undergo an intense medical examination. The men stripped naked and entered the doctor's office one by one. The chief medical officer placed his stethoscope against the bare chest of the first soldier and whispered the name Sophia Loren. Immediately the man's heart began to beat frantically. Boom, boom, boom. The doctor smiled and then whispered, Raquel Welch. The heart rate accelerated even further, bursting with raw excitement. Finally, the doctor whispered, Your wife. The heart instantly settled into a flat, steady, and indifferent rhythm. The doctor patted his shoulder and said, Perfectly normal. Go and wait outside with the others. The next soldier entered, and the doctor repeated the experiment. Marilyn Monroe caused an explosive, thunderous pounding in his chest, but the mention of his wife brought an absolute, dead silence. The doctor nodded and sent him through the door. Then a third soldier stepped up to the desk. The doctor applied the stethoscope and said, "Sophia Loren." The chest remained completely calm, with just a lazy, periodic thud. The doctor tried again, "Brigitte Bardot." Still, the heart refused to show a single spark of excitement. Then the doctor leaned in and whispered, "Your commanding general." Suddenly, the stethoscope nearly jumped off the skin as the heart began to explode with wild, uncontrollable passions. Boom, boom, boom. The doctor blinked in astonishment and said, "Weird, but I suppose you are normal in your own unique way. Go and join the herd." When you share your honest reflections down below in the comments about the absurd ways society tries to measure, standardize, and police your personal desires, you are actively participating in a beautiful process of deconditioning. You are letting the light of your unique awareness melt the rigid codes that have kept your vitality frozen for generations. Subscribe to this channel right now to ensure that you never lose contact with this stream of unvarnished truth. And like this video to help send a powerful shockwave of liberation through the automated channels of the digital world. This magnificent, uninhibited acceptance of your earthly nature is precisely what is embodied in the legendary character of Zorba the Greek. Anyone who wishes to discover the ultimate heights of the spirit must first gather the immense courage to read Nikos Kazantzaki's masterpiece. Zorba is a beautifully wild, passionate pagan youth who knows absolutely nothing about the fear of hell or the greedy desire for a calculated heaven. He lives every single moment with such total, burning intensity that his entire existence becomes a continuous fire of celebration. He works hard with his hands. He eats with fierce appetite. He drinks his wine with absolute joy. And he loves his women without a single trace of puritanical guilt. And when the day's heavy labor is finally over, he does not sit down to count his profits or worry about tomorrow's miseries. He picks up his musical instrument, runs to the lonely shore of the ocean, and spends hours dancing under the stars in a state of pure ecstasy. Kazantzakis was a highly intelligent, intensely sensitive writer who suffered tremendously at the hands of the Greek Orthodox Church. The priests were so deeply terrified of the vibrant, life-affirming energy of Zorba that they violently forced the author to withdraw his book from circulation under the threat of absolute excommunication. When he refused to surrender his creative vision to their dead dogmas, they formally cast him out of Christianity, and condemned his soul to the deepest fires of hell. But I tell you, Zorba was nothing but the repressed, unlived reality of Kazanzaki's own soul. He was a highly cultured, educated man who sat in his quiet study, feeling completely divided, anxious, and tortured by the rigid morality of his childhood. He created the character of Zorba as a magnificent, explosive projection of everything his heart secretly longed to be. In the novel, Zorba is the vibrant servant, and his employer is a sad, tense, and intellectual master who sits in his office, completely paralyzed by his books, his files, and his continuous existential anxiety. The master is deeply wealthy, highly respectable, yet he looks at his penniless servant with an intense, burning envy. Because Zorba lives like an absolute emperor of the universe, while the master lives like a trembling prisoner inside a cage of his own making. Zorba looks at his master's sad, serious face and says beautifully, "There is something missing in you, boss. A touch of madness. Unless you cut the cord, unless you are willing to lose your mind, you will never really live at all." I want this touch of madness to awaken within every single individual who sits with me today. Zorba is the essential foundation upon which the temple of the Buddha must be built. If you try to become a Buddha without first becoming a Zorba, your spirituality will be an absolute fraud, a bloodless, sterile asceticism that smells only of death and the graveyard. Zorba represents the earth with all its vibrant flowers, its rushing rivers, its heavy mud, and its rolling oceans. The Buddha represents the endless sky with its quiet stars, its silent clouds, and its magnificent rainbows. The sky without the earth is an empty, cold abstraction. It cannot laugh, it cannot sing, it cannot celebrate. The earth without the sky is a dead, heavy lump of matter, completely devoid of transcendence. But when the earth and the sky meet and dance together in perfect, ecstatic unity, a supreme harmony is born. The Zorba dissolves into the Buddha, and the Buddha expresses himself through the wild, festive dance of the Zorba. To cultivate this exquisite harmony within your daily experience requires a continuous, courageous protection of your inner space. Those beautiful seekers who choose to click the join button to become official members of our global spiritual family, or who offer a spontaneous super thanks during these intense moments of communion, are directly contributing to the manifestation of this vision. They are helping us build a real, living commune where the material abundance of the Zorba and the silent enlightenment of the Buddha are no longer seen as opposing enemies, but as the twin wings of a single, liberated consciousness. Our beautifully crafted e-books are written specifically to serve as practical, intimate catalysts for this inner integration. They provide you with simple, clear, and actionable insights to help you break free from the suffocating respectability of the crowd and reclaim your natural pagan joy. Download them right now. Let their radical truths disrupt your predictable routines and allow your energy to overflow into a continuous celebration of the immediate present. Do this not as a commercial transaction, not as a calculated investment for your spiritual ego, but as a spontaneous act of love and alignment with the living current of the universe. Look at the absolute madness of how the modern personality thrives entirely on a state of psychological begging. Nearly every human being you meet on the street is a disguised beggar, desperately hunting for crumbs of attention from the crowd. The reason you are so deeply obsessed with what others think of you is that you have completely failed to discover your own authentic center. You do not know your own face, and therefore you are forced to look for your reflection in the changing eyes of the people who surround you. If the crowd praises you, you feel incredibly inflated, special, and worthy. If the crowd ignores you or criticizes your actions, your entire identity undergoes a catastrophic crisis. You call this search for social validation a desire for respectability, completely unaware of the true, hidden meaning behind the word respect. If you look into the linguistic roots of the term respect, you will find that it comes from the Latin word respicere, which literally means to look back or to look again. When you walk down the road wearing an expensive suit, driving a luxury vehicle, or sporting a bizarre, colorful hairstyle like the modern punks in the Western world, what is your true motivation? You are simply screaming to the passers-by, "Please look back at me. Please look at me again, so that I can feel that I am somebody special, that I am not an absolute zero." The punk dyes his hair with loud psychedelic colors and cuts it into a twisted, aggressive shape because he is a desperate beggar for attention. You should not be angry with his behavior. You should not criticize his rebellion, because your criticism is precisely the food his ego is hunting for. He cannot survive in a state of absolute isolation. He would rather be hated, condemned, and labeled as a degenerate by society than to be passed by with complete, cold indifference. This deep, neurotic craving for attention has driven humanity to commit the most unbelievable acts of self-torture throughout history. Look at the ancient religious sects who used to gather in public marketplaces to violently mutilate their own bodies, cutting off their flesh and spilling their blood in front of thousands of weeping spectators. The crowd would touch their feet with intense reverence, labeling them as holy martyrs and great saints of absolute purity. But it was nothing but a highly sophisticated, bloody show to capture the attention of the masses. Consider the political career of a figure like Mahatma Gandhi, who managed his entire life as a highly calculated, theatrical presentation of poverty to win the absolute devotion of an entire nation. He traveled exclusively in the crowded, dirty compartments of third-class trains to show his alignment with the poor farmers of India. But his close followers openly admitted that the cost of maintaining Gandhi's artificial poverty required massive fortunes of wealth from the public treasury. His personal goat, whose milk was his only source of nourishment, was washed twice a day with expensive Lux soap, and its daily diet consisted of the finest cashews, fresh apples, and nutritious fruits that any rich man would envy. The compartment he occupied in the third-class train was completely emptied of all other passengers, turning a public space into a private, highly expensive luxury suite masked as peasant simplicity. It was pure politics, dressed in the holy robes of religious devotion, a brilliant strategy to remain the absolute center of the world's attention. When your life is entirely dependent on the attention of the marketplace, your individuality becomes a completely empty shell. You become a puppet whose strings are pulled by the whims of the crowd. The same superficial dynamic invades your most intimate love affairs, turning the beautiful current of relationship into a boring, repetitive routine of mutual exploitation. Your girlfriend looks at you and says honestly, "You are a little boring, not very interesting, and intensely dependent." Instead of listening to her words with absolute gratitude, your ego feels deeply wounded and insulted. But I tell you, she is being a true friend to your soul. Look at the absolute predictability of your love life. You behave exactly like a mechanical recording that has been pre-programmed to take the exact same actions every single night. You use the exact same bed where you fight, argue, and throw insults at each other all day long as the stage for your physical intimacy. There is no poetry, no fragrance, no meditative preparation. It is a quick, clumsy exercise in biological relief that ends in 2 or 3 minutes, leaving the woman stranded in a state of intense frustration and silent tears. You are not physically or mentally present in the room. Your mind is busy calculating your financial accounts, counting your money, or dreaming about a famous actress you saw on a movie screen. In every modern bed, there are at least 4 people sleeping together, because neither the husband nor the wife is actually home. They are making love to their private fantasies, using the physical body of their partner as a cheap, convenient substitute. I am reminded of an old story about a man who met his best friend on the street early in the morning, his face flushed with intense excitement. He said, "My friend, I had the most extraordinary dream last night, and I couldn't wait for the sun to rise to tell you about it. I dreamed that I went fishing in a pristine hidden mountain lake, and I caught a fish so massive, so incredibly beautiful that it required all my strength just to pull it out of the water." The friend sneered and said, "Stop this nonsense about your stupid fish. You have no idea what I experienced last night. I dreamed that I was lying in a luxurious bed of pure silk, and on my left side was Sophia Loren, absolutely naked, and on my right side was another magnificent Hollywood actress. It was impossible to choose who was more beautiful, and I felt like I had stepped directly into paradise." The first man became furious, his eyes wide with anger, and he shouted, "You fool! You claim to be my absolute best friend. You were in paradise with two naked actresses. Why didn't you call me to join the party?" The friend shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I tried to call you, my dear friend, but your wife told me that you had gone fishing. Nobody is home because you are completely terrified of the silence that awaits you when you stop running. You use your relationships, your businesses, your politics, and your religious marketplaces as sophisticated escape rooms to avoid the direct encounter with your own interiority. The new man refuses to participate in this grand masquerade. He does not seek the respect of the crowd. He does not care whether his name is published on the front page of the newspaper. He does not look back to see if anyone is following his tracks. He is completely content to remain a beautiful nonentity, a nameless, formless current of living energy that flows through existence like a gentle breeze. He understands that life has absolutely no ultimate purpose, no grand final destination towards which it is evolving, and that is the very peak of its beauty. The moment you give life a purpose, you turn it into a business venture, a continuous, stressful effort to achieve a goal. But existence is a cosmic game, a playful Leela that celebrates itself in the immediate present for the pure joy of the happening. The stars do not shine to fulfill a mathematical equation. The flowers do not bloom to receive a gold medal from the Botanical Society. The birds do not sing to impress a panel of judges. They exist simply because existence is an overflowing furnace of pure bliss, an uncalculated celebration that requires no justification outside of itself. When you align your awareness with this purposeless cosmic dance, your anxiety vanishes instantly. You stop trying to add something to your life. You stop working to accumulate spiritual merits for a fictional afterlife. and you simply sink into the deep, quiet valley of your own being. You become an absolute emperor, not because you have conquered the external marketplace, but because you have discovered that the ultimate kingdom of God has always been hidden inside your own quiet breath. Therefore, drop all your serious, heavy spiritual calculations. Stop behaving like an ambitious professional in the realm of the soul. The gates of the divine are open to you in this very moment, completely free of charge, waiting only for your absolute presence. Live this day as a pure, uninhibited celebration. Let your laughter shatter the dark walls of your conditioning, and let your consciousness expand into the infinite sky of freedom that is your natural birthright. And this sky of freedom is not a distant paradise that you can only inherit after your physical body has been laid to rest in the earth. It is a radiant, pulsing reality that is available to you in this very heartbeat, provided you are willing to step out of the mechanical routine of the observer and become a conscious, wild, and uninhibited creator. Society has a deep, vested interest in keeping you as a passive consumer, a compliant worker, and an obedient cog in its massive industrial machinery. From your childhood, you are conditioned to believe that creativity is a rare, exclusive talent given only to a chosen few, to the famous painters, the eccentric poets, the celebrated musicians, and the grand architects. You are taught to look at their creations with a sense of distant awe, completely unaware that creativity is not a professional title or a specialized skill. It is simply the natural, glowing flavor of a mind that has entered the state of no mind. Creativity is nothing but your life force overflowing into the material world with absolute love, total presence, and a complete lack of calculation. If you clean a dirty floor with such deep intensity and grace that the act becomes a silent dance, you are an authentic creator. If you cook a simple meal for those you love, pouring your entire heart into the fragrance of the food without a single thought of profit or praise, you are a creator. You are taking the raw, ordinary materials of existence and transforming them into a magnificent temple of divine expression. When you choose to step out of the crowd and share your raw, unfiltered insights down below in the comments section, you are not merely engaging with the digital interface. You are actively practicing this art of creative expression. You are letting your inner voice break through the heavy walls of social conformity and mirroring your unique spiritual journey for other searching souls across the globe. This channel is not a marketplace for collecting dead knowledge or passive followers. It is an active, living crucible for individual transformation. hitting that like button, or sharing these deep discourses with those who are quietly suffocating inside the cages of their respectability is a conscious act of circulating light, a way of declaring that you are no longer willing to let the beautiful current of human consciousness remain frozen in mechanical slumber. Subscribe to this space right now to ensure that your awareness remains continuously exposed to these wild, liberating truths. Because the moment you stop feeding your mind with the stale prejudices of the past, your soul naturally begins to open its petals to the eternal presence of the divine. This magnificent shift from being a mechanical worker to becoming an authentic meditant requires a complete revolution in the way you perceive your daily labor. Look at how society has turned work into a heavy, exhausting curse. You go to your office, your factory, or your corporate boardroom with a heart full of deep resentment, constantly counting the hours until you can escape, treating your creative energy as a mere commodity that you sell to the highest bidder for a few pieces of paper called money. You live in a continuous state of internal friction, and that is why you feel so profoundly drained and empty at the end of the day. But a true meditant knows the secret alchemy of transforming work into pure worship. He does not care whether his job is recognized as prestigious or low by the standards of the marketplace. He brings his absolute presence to the immediate task, turning every single action into a beautiful, uncalculated prayer. Think of Kabir, the ancient enlightened weaver of India. Even after he had touched the ultimate heights of cosmic consciousness, even after kings and emperors came to sit at his feet to taste the nectar of his silence, he refused to abandon his small wooden loom. He would sit in his humble hut every single day, weaving cloth with such total love, such rhythmic grace, and such immense intensity that his entire being would melt into the sound of the threads. His disciples would weep and beg him, "Master, why do you continue to labor so hard at your advanced age? We are thousands, and we are ready to build you a magnificent palace, to provide you with all the luxuries of the earth, so that you can simply sit in silence and guide our souls." Kabir would look at them with eyes overflowing with divine laughter and say, "But you do not understand, my beloveds. I am not working to earn a livelihood. I am weaving this cloth for God Himself. Every thread I pass through this loom is a direct embrace of the divine. Every pattern I create is a love letter to the universe. If I stop weaving, my prayer will become incomplete. My song will lose its rhythm. This is the exact quality of non-calculating love that forms the absolute foundation of our global spiritual family. Those courageous seekers who choose to click the join button on this channel to become official members of our commune, or who offer a spontaneous super thanks during these intense moments of communion, are acting directly from this space of overflowing creative gratitude. They are not making a business investment. They are not looking to accumulate moral points for a fictional heaven. They are simply realizing that to keep this flame of raw truth burning bright in a world that is rapidly drowning in mechanical utility requires a continuous, beautiful pooling of individual life forces. They are protecting the sanctuary of freedom, ensuring that these dangerous, liberating discourses can continue to shatter the illusions of sleeping souls across the planet, completely independent of the corrupt interests of organized religion or political states. Our beautifully designed digital ebooks are written specifically to serve as intimate, silent companions for this exact transition from the calculated mind to the creative heart. They are not academic texts meant to fill your head with more sterile definitions and complicated theories. They are simple, piercing mirrors that remind you of your infinite potential whenever you are tempted to fall back into the automated slumber of the social marketplace. Explore them. Let their radical insights disrupt your predictable routines, and watch how your daily labor begins to mutate from a stressful struggle for survival into a magnificent, festive celebration of pure being. To understand the full depth of this creative transformation, you must also look directly into the hidden taboo that society has built around the natural phenomena of aging and mortality. Look at how deeply terrified modern civilization is of old age. You live in a culture that is absolutely obsessed with maintaining a fragile, superficial illusion of permanent youth. You dye your gray hair, you cover your wrinkles with expensive cosmetics, you undergo painful surgical procedures to alter the shape of your body, because you have been conditioned to believe that your worth as a human being is entirely dependent on your physical attractiveness and your economic productivity. The marketplace looks at an old person as a spent asset, a useless burden that has lost its utility in the competitive race for wealth and power. And because you have spent your entire life living exclusively on the surface of your physical body, the arrival of old age feels like an absolute catastrophe, a terrifying announcement that the party is about to end, and that the dark, unknown abyss of death is rapidly approaching. An unmeditative old person is one of the most tragic sights on this earth. He is filled with a deep, bitter resentment, his mind constantly wandering in the dead graveyards of his past youth, rewriting his memories to escape the cold reality of his present physical decline. He becomes an absolute tyrant to his children, a grumpy gorilla who uses his age as a weapon to demand respect, completely unaware that respect can never be demanded. It can only be commanded through the natural radiance of a beautiful, peaceful soul. But if you have nourished the beautiful seed of meditation within your youth, the arrival of old age is not a tragedy. It is the most magnificent, golden ripening of your consciousness. Your physical body may lose its outward agility. Your hair may turn as white as the snow on the peaks of the Himalayas, but your inner being becomes a vast, unshakable ocean of absolute silence and profound wisdom. You are no longer driven by the frantic, blinding passions of your biological hormones. Your energy has naturally traveled upwards from the local centers of sexuality and survival, and it has settled into the magnificent, quiet valley of your heart and your being. You look at the wild, chaotic games of the world with a gentle, compassionate smile, because you can see through all the illusions of ambition, competition, and worldly success. You know from your own deep experience that everything that can be achieved in the outer marketplace is destined to dissolve into dust, and that the only true treasure is the silent light of awareness that burns inside your own chest. Old age for a meditant is a state of supreme grace, a beautiful twilight where the noise of the day has completely faded away, leaving you exposed to the immense, breathtaking vastness of the eternal sky. He is no longer a father figure trying to control his family. He is no longer an entrepreneur trying to expand his business. He has naturally evolved into a master. And who is a true master? A master is not a teacher who fills your mind with new philosophies, new belief systems, or new holy commandments. A master is an absolute destroyer of crutches. He looks at your life and he sees that you are walking with the help of artificial labels, borrowed knowledge, and the false security of your social respectability. He knows that as long as you are clinging to these illusions, your natural wings will remain frozen, and you will never know the wild joy of flying into the infinite sky of freedom. Therefore, out of deep, unconditional compassion, the Master sets fire to your crutches. He shocks your mind. He disrupts your predictable calculations. He exposes the utter falsity of your holy pretensions until you are left standing completely naked, vulnerable, and alone before the immense reality of existence. He does not give you the truth, because the truth can never be given from one hand to another. He simply creates a beautiful, silent space where your own inner truth can wake up from its long mechanical slumber. The presence of a master acts exactly like a cosmic magnet. If you are a gambler, a business person, or a calculated trader in the realm of the soul, you will feel deeply threatened by his light. You will run away. You will slander his name. You will hide inside the safe, respectable graveyards of your churches and mosques. But if you are a true player, a wild warrior who is ready to risk everything for the sake of the unknown, you will naturally be drawn into his caravan. You will drop your heavy baggage of past guilt. You will hold his hand with absolute trust, and you will join the festive, beautiful dance of the awakened spirit. Look at the absolute comedy of how the logical mind tries to analyze this mysterious relationship between the master and the disciple. The mind wants to understand it through the framework of power, of domination and submission, of teacher and student. But the relationship between a master and a disciple is not a political transaction. It is a profound, non-dual love affair of the highest order. It is a space where two life energies meet and dissolve into each other without a single barrier of ego or self-defense. The master does not look at the disciple as an inferior being who needs to be reformed. He looks at the disciple and he sees a beautiful Buddha who is simply fast asleep, dreaming a nightmare of limitation, fear, and human poverty. His only task is to shake the disciple gently, to whisper the song of freedom into his ears, until the eyes open and the dream completely vanishes. I am reminded of an old, humorous anecdote concerning Mullah Nasruddin, who had spent years traveling across the country, pretending to be a great, infallible master of spiritual wisdom. He had gathered a massive following of gullible disciples who would listen to his nonsensical discourses with a sense of deep, holy awe, writing down every single word as if it were a direct revelation from the divine. One afternoon, while they were sitting beneath a large banyan tree, a young, intensely sharp skeptic walked into the assembly and decided to expose the mullah's fraudulence. He looked at Nasruddin and said in a loud voice, "O great master, you speak constantly about the inner world, about the secrets of heaven and earth. Tell me plainly, can you perform a real, undeniable miracle right now in front of our eyes? If you can perform a miracle, I will fall at your feet and become your most devoted slave. If you fail, you must admit to this entire crowd that you are nothing but a cheap charlatan." The disciples held their breath, their hearts pounding with fear, terrified that their beloved master was about to be deeply humiliated. But Nasruddin did not show a single trace of nervousness. He stroked his long beard thoughtfully, looked at the skeptic with absolute composure, and said, "Of course, I can perform a miracle. My power over the material world is absolute. Look at that massive stone hill standing at the very edge of this field. I command that hill to move itself across the grass and come to sit directly in front of my knees. Watch carefully. The crowd turned their eyes toward the hill, waiting in absolute, dead silence. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, but the hill remained completely motionless, its heavy rocks baking under the hot afternoon sun. The skeptic burst into a loud, mocking laugh and shouted, "Look at your great master. The hill has not moved a single inch. You are a fake, a liar, a pathetic entertainer." Nasruddin did not lose his smile for a single second. He stood up gracefully, shook the dust from his robes, and began walking calmly toward the mountain. His disciples ran after him, crying, "Master, where are you going? Did the miracle fail?" Nasruddin turned around and said beautifully, "You fools! The miracle has not failed at all. A true master of spiritual wisdom carries no ego. He has no foolish pride. If the hill refuses to come to Nasruddin, then Nasruddin will simply go to the hill." This is the exact quality of absolute fluidity and egolessness that defines a true master. He is not attached to any external outcome. He does not need to prove his superiority to the marketplace. He is completely ready to bend, to flow, and to meet reality exactly where it stands. The traditional religious leaders, the popes, the ayatollahs, the professional moralists, are completely incapable of this fluidity. They are trapped in their rigid pedestals of absolute infallibility, completely paralyzed by their own heavy structures of pride and authority. They demand that the entire universe conform to their narrow, dogmatic interpretations, and when reality refuses to obey their commands, they hide inside their stone temples, weeping and declaring that humanity has fallen into a state of deep sin. They cannot laugh at themselves. They cannot enjoy the playful comedy of existence, because their entire authority depends on maintaining a dark, heavy atmosphere of absolute seriousness. I tell you, seriousness is a spiritual disease, a clear sign that your ego is still dominating your internal world. The divine is not serious. It is intensely playful, a wild, overflowing game of hide and seek that celebrates itself through millions of shifting forms. If you wish to reach the center of this cosmic game, you must drop your heavy, serious calculations and learn the rare art of authentic laughter. When you bring this light of playfulness into your daily meditation practice, the entire process ceases to be a tedious chore or a disciplined struggle against your thoughts. Meditation becomes a beautiful, effortless relaxation into your own primordial source. Look at how modern society has turned everything, including relaxation, into a stressful achievement. You go to a yoga class, You attend a meditation seminar and you work hard to control your breath, to suppress your mind, to force your body into uncomfortable positions, under the illusion that your effort will somehow produce a state of peace. It is a monumentally absurd approach. You cannot force yourself to relax. The very act of forcing implies tension, effort, and internal conflict. Meditation is not an action that your mind can perform. It is the natural fragrance that arises when the mind sits completely still, doing absolutely nothing. Do not try to fight your thoughts. Do not try to empty your brain of its chaotic traffic. Let the thoughts come. Let the memories surface. Let the internal movies play out on the screen of your imagination, but you must remain simply a detached, indifferent witness. Do not get involved in the drama. Do not judge a thought as good or bad. Do not try to push it away or follow its direction. Be exactly like a person who is sitting by the side of a busy highway, watching the cars pass by without any desire to jump into the driver's seat. Slowly, as your watchfulness becomes deep, intense, and steady, the traffic of the mind naturally begins to slow down. The gaps between your thoughts become wider and wider, opening up magnificent, breathtaking vistas of absolute silence and pure light. You suddenly realize that you are not the changing traffic of your mind. You are the permanent, unchanging awareness that watches the traffic. You have stepped out of the mechanical illusion of the robot and entered the eternal reality of your own Buddhahood. This deep inner transformation is the single, uncompromised goal of our entire digital commune. When you share this video with those around you, when you drop a seed of this radical discourse into the consciousness of your friends, your family, or your online networks, you are actively acting as an agent of this global awakening. You are offering them a rare, precious opportunity to look beyond the cold, competitive illusions of the marketplace and taste a small drop of authentic spiritual freedom. Do not do this with the aggressive, moralistic mind of a missionary trying to convert someone to a new belief system. Share it simply as an act of pure love, as an overflowing of your own inner joy, exactly like a flower presentation that requires no justification and no calculation of return. If they are ready, the seed will find its way into the fertile soil of their hearts and begin to sprout into a beautiful tree of awareness. If they are deep asleep, let them sleep gracefully, for even their slumber is an essential part of the grand, mysterious play of the universe. Stop behaving like an ambitious professional in the realm of the soul. Drop your heavy spiritual calculations. Leave behind the suffocating graveyards of your organized institutions and step out into the brilliant, wild light of the immediate present. The gates of the divine are wide open to you in this very heartbeat, waiting only for your absolute presence to join the festive, eternal dance of the living truth. And this dance is not a chaotic, frantic movement driven by the madness of the outer world. It is a beautifully orchestrated harmony that happens entirely of its own accord when you learn the ultimate art of letting go. The mind is always trembling, always doubting, always asking for solid ground because it cannot exist in a state of pure, unsupported fluidity. It wants a map, a guide, a guarantee that everything will turn out perfectly in the end. But existence offers no such guarantees. Existence is an open-ended adventure, a clean slate where every single moment is created fresh, completely independent of what happened yesterday. The moment you demand security, you build a small, suffocating prison around your life force. You stop growing, you stop flowing, and you transform into a stagnant pool of water. I tell you, true safety does not lie in avoiding danger. It lies in becoming so deeply aligned with the changing rhythm of life that even when the entire earth beneath your feet begins to shake, your inner centering remains completely untouched. You become like a hollow bamboo reed, completely empty inside, allowing the cosmic wind to pass through your being and transform your silence into an exquisite, celestial song. Look at how deeply you have been deceived by the professional managers of human society. They have given you beautiful, high-sounding words like civilization, culture, morality, and responsibility, but behind these shiny masks lies a dark, venomous effort to crush your spirit. They do not want you to become a natural, integrated individual. They want you to remain a highly efficient, predictable robot that can be easily managed by the state and the church. They teach you to feel immense guilt about your natural biological drives, to look at your body with a sense of shame, and to treat your spontaneous laughter as a dangerous disruption of the social order. They want you to live exclusively in your head, because the head is a highly mechanical computer that can be easily programmed with dead dogmas, nationalistic prejudices, and superstitious beliefs. The moment you slide down from your head into your heart, you become unpredictable. You become a rebel. You stop listening to the commands of the politicians and the priests, and you begin to follow the quiet, infallible guidance of your own unique intelligence. This radical awakening is not a comfortable intellectual philosophy that you can simply memorize and debate in your comfortable living rooms. It requires a total, uncompromising inner revolution. It means you must be willing to let the old, conditioned personality die completely so that your authentic, primordial innocence can be born again. When you step into this digital sanctuary and share your honest, raw reflections down below in the comments section, you are actively participating in this grand rebellion. You are letting your inner voice break through the heavy layers of social conditioning, creating a beautiful ripple of awareness that mirrors your unique journey for thousands of other searching souls across this beautiful planet. Hitting the like button or sharing these deep discourses with those who are quietly suffocating within the cages of their respectability is a conscious act of circulating light. It is a way of declaring that you are no longer willing to support the dead, mechanical collective, and that you are ready to stand alone by the light of your own unique flame. Subscribe to this channel right now to ensure that your consciousness remains continuously exposed to these wild, liberating truths. Because the moment you stop feeding your mind with the stale garbage of the past, your heart naturally begins to overflow with the ecstatic fragrance of the immediate present. The crowd will always look at a happy, meditative individual with intense suspicion and deep hostility, because his very existence exposes the utter emptiness and failure of their collective lifestyle. The crowd lives in a state of continuous, agonizing friction, constantly chasing an elusive tomorrow that never arrives, working hard to accumulate wealth, power, and prestige under the grand illusion that these material toys will somehow fill the bottomless, aching void in their souls. Then, suddenly, an authentic individual appears on the scene. He carries no respectable titles. He has no massive bank account. He does not care about the competitive race of the marketplace, yet his eyes are overflowing with an unearthly splendor, and his heart is a continuous furnace of pure, uncaused joy. He is completely satisfied in his nakedness, completely free in his aloneness. The crowd feels deeply insulted by this radiance. His joy makes their hard-earned worldly success look utterly worthless. If this beggar can dance with pure bliss for no particular reason, then their entire life of calculated struggle, sacrifice, and anxiety becomes a monumental joke. Therefore, the collective herd must find a way to destroy the individual. If they cannot kill him physically, they will deploy a far more subtle and devastating strategy. They will turn his living truth into a dead, institutionalized religion. They will build a cold, magnificent marble church around his silence. They will transform his spontaneous words into a rigid, unquestionable scripture, and they will appoint a professional class of priests to exploit his memory for the sake of their own power and pocketbook. Look at the absolute tragedy of organized religion. It is nothing but a sophisticated marketplace where human fear is traded for false hope and where guilt is manufactured as the primary currency. The priest tells you that you are born in original sin, that your natural instincts are inherently corrupt, and that you are standing on the very brink of eternal damnation. He creates the psychological disease of guilt within your mind, and then he presents himself as the only authorized doctor who holds the key to your salvation. The moment you accept the priest's definition of your being, you lose your spiritual sovereignty. You become a helpless beggar, dependent on the church for a tiny crumbs of validation, constantly seeking absolution for the simple crime of being a natural human being. You are told that you cannot communicate with the divine directly, that your prayers will not reach the ears of the cosmos unless they are stamped, approved, and forwarded by a recognized mediator. Look at the sheer, monumentally insane absurdity of this setup. You are an organic, inseparable part of this living universe. You are born out of it. You breathe its air every single second. Your heart beats in perfect synchronization with the grand cosmic rhythm. How can you be separate from the divine? The universe requires no holy passports, no legal intermediaries, no institutional stamps. The silent trees, the rushing rivers, the distant stars, they are all in a state of continuous, unmediated dialogue with the ultimate source. But the priest has built a high, thick wall between you and reality, and he charges a heavy transaction fee for anyone who wishes to peek through the keyhole. To maintain this digital commune as a pure space of freedom, completely independent of the corrupt interests of organized marketplaces and traditional institutions, requires a beautiful, conscious pooling of individual life forces. Those brave seekers who choose to click the official join button on this channel, or who offer a spontaneous overflow of appreciation through a super thanks, are directly fueling this grand spiritual rebellion. They are not investing in a commercial venture. They are simply acting from a place of non-calculating love, ensuring that these dangerous, liberating truths can continue to be broadcast to thousands of searching hearts across the globe. Our carefully written e-books are also designed specifically to serve as practical, intimate catalysts for this inner transformation. They are not academic texts meant to fill your head with more sterile definitions and complicated theories. They are simple, piercing mirrors that remind you of your infinite potential whenever you are tempted to fall back into the automated slumber of the collective herd. Access them right now. Let their radical insights disrupt your predictable routines and allow your life to expand from a stressful struggle for survival into a magnificent, festive celebration of pure being. Look at the calculated mind of the modern politician who works hand in hand with the priest to maintain control over humanity. The politician is a creature who thrives entirely on your confusion, your division, and your inner poverty. His entire career depends on the existence of boundaries, of nationalistic prides, of racial prejudices, and of continuous wars. He tells you that you must sacrifice your living today to protect the future dignity of the motherland, completely blind to the fact that the earth is one, beautifully undivided, and that nations are nothing but artificial lines drawn on a map by power-hungry egomaniacs. The politician talks constantly about peace, but his peace is nothing but a brief, tense preparation for the next war. In the last 3,000 years alone, humanity has fought more than 5,000 major wars. It is an absolute record of pure madness, a continuous slaughter of innocent young lives for the sake of empty, abstract concepts. And why does this madness continue? Because masculine energy has completely dominated human civilization, pushing the soft, receptive, and loving qualities of the feminine energy to the very margins of existence. The world has become excessively tilted toward the sun, toward logic, analysis, competition, and violent aggression. The moon has been completely neglected along with all poetry, all aesthetics, all intuition, and all the delicate virtues of the heart. I tell you, World War III can only be avoided if the feminine energy is released into the world to balance the brutal madness of masculine domination. This balance cannot be achieved through political peace marches or aggressive anti-war protests, because the protesters themselves are filled with the exact same violent, competitive energy as the politicians they are fighting against. Every peace march sooner or later turns into a riot, with people throwing stones and burning property, because their underlying message is nothing but war in disguise. True balance can only happen when the individual learns to discover the inner woman within his own being. No man is exclusively male, and no woman is exclusively female. We are all a beautiful, organic mixture of both polarities. Half of your existence comes from the contribution of your father, and the other half comes from your mother. When you learn the art of meditation, you naturally become more passive, more receptive, more gentle, and more loving. You stop trying to conquer reality through aggressive logic, and you begin to surrender to reality through deep, silent feeling. Meditation is not an active approach to life. It is a quiet waiting, an opening of your inner temple so that the divine can enter and take possession of your soul. This passive receptivity is the very essence of feminine energy. When your inner male and your inner female dissolve into each other, when they cease to fight and merge into a single, integrated whole, you become a true individual. You step out of the mechanical collective and enter the trackless sky of ultimate freedom. Look at how deeply you have been conditioned to avoid this inner integration by the institution of the family. The family is celebrated by every traditional culture as the foundation stone of society, but I tell you, it is the root cause of almost every human neurosis, psychosis, and mental pathology. The family is a restrictive, sacred prison designed to maintain control over the children and the wife, programming each new child according to the deep-seated prejudices, superstitions, and ambitions of the parents. Before a child can even begin to understand his own potential, he is branded as a Christian, a Hindu, a Muslim, a communist, or an American. He is fed a massive system of blind beliefs that completely corrupts his natural capacity for knowing. Belief is always a poor, cheap substitute for authentic experience. A blind man can believe in the existence of light. He can study the physics of color. He can lecture about the beauty of the rainbow, but his belief will never give him eyes to see. Organized society does not want you to see, it wants you to believe, because a man who believes can be easily guided like a sheep, while a man who knows becomes a dangerous, untamable force. The family systematically injects the poison of ambition into the fragile psychology of the child. The parents want the child to become a grand celebrity, a successful entrepreneur, a famous politician, or the richest man in the world, completely unaware that this continuous obsession with becoming is a violent destruction of the child's present happiness. It forces the individual to live in a state of permanent tension, treating his present reality as a mere stepping stone for a fictional future achievement. Only one man can become the president of a country. What happens to the remaining millions who fail to reach that peak? They spend their entire lives drowning in a deep complex of inferiority, looking at themselves as absolute failures, completely blind to the immense inherent value of their own unique being. I would love a world where the traditional family structure is completely replaced by the commune. In a healthy commune, children do not belong to the biological parents as personal property. They belong to the collective space. receiving love, care, and guidance from dozens of uncles and aunts. They are allowed to grow up without the heavy burden of parental expectations, keeping their natural curiosity, their childlike innocence, and their spontaneous joy completely intact. When you leave a profound comment down below, sharing your personal struggles with family expectations and the suffocating pressure to become successful in the eyes of others, you are actively initiating a process of deep psychological healing. You are refusing to let the dead templates of the past dictate the flow of your living energy. This channel is a vibrant, global ashram where individuals gather to support each other's deconditioning, dropping the heavy armor of social expectations to stand together in pure, transparent honesty. Your subscription to this channel is a direct commitment to this inner revolution, a choice to step out of the mechanical race of the marketplace and enter the quiet, luminous valley of self-exploration. By engaging with these discourses and hitting that like button, you help broadcast this message of liberation to thousands of trapped souls who are currently standing on the very edge of psychological despair, reminding them that they are already enough, that they do not need to prove their value to anyone, and that their life is a direct gift from the divine. Look at the absolute comedy of how the modern mind approaches the phenomenon of love. You fall in love with the superficial surface of a person, with the color of their hair, the shape of their nose, or the style of their clothing, completely unaware that these physical attributes are seasonal flowers that are destined to fade in a matter of weeks. The moment the initial excitement of the courtship vanishes, the honeymoon ends, and you are left face to face with a complete stranger whose inner depths are just as dark, empty, and anxious as yours. Because you do not know how to be alone with joy, because you are completely terrified of your own loneliness, you transform your partner into an absolute necessity, an addiction that you cannot live without. And because dependency is nothing but a subtle form of slavery, you naturally begin to hate the very person you claim to love. The relationship quickly mutates into a toxic, claustrophobic battlefield where both partners are desperately trying to dominate, control, and possess each other's freedom. This is why Jean-Paul Sartre uttered the famous insight, "Hell is other people." The other person is not actually hell. It only appears that way because you are trying to extract happiness from an external source that is completely dry. Love is not a desperate transaction between two beggars. It is an organic, overflowing joy that can only sprout from the rich ground of deep meditation. Unless you know the beautiful art of sitting alone in absolute contentment, unless your inner reservoirs are bursting with a quiet, uncaused bliss, You will never have anything to share with another human being except your own boredom, your own anxiety, and your own structural poverty. A truly meditative individual does not enter a relationship out of necessity. He enters it as a pure luxury, a festive sharing of his excess energy. He does not create a rigid, legal marriage contract. He remains in a fluid, transparent state of relating, keeping the doors of alternative choices completely open for both partners. He does not make promises for tomorrow, because he understands that tomorrow is an absolute mathematical fiction and that the only reality is the immediate today. If their streams of life flow together in perfect harmony for a few years, he rejoices and celebrates every single moment. If the paths eventually diverge at an intersection, he bows down with immense gratitude for all the beauty they shared, says a graceful goodbye, and moves on without a single trace of guilt, resentment, or psychological pain. To master this exquisite transition from the anxious, possessive mind to the silent, overflowing heart is the single purpose behind every digital companion we create for you. Our exceptional ebooks act as clear, practical roadmaps to help you navigate the dangerous waters of love, sex, and relationships, providing you with the exact meditative tools needed to de-automatize your emotional reactions and reclaim your spiritual sovereignty. When you support this commune through a super thanks or by activating your membership via the join button, you are directly ensuring that this space of pure, uncompromised freedom remains available for thousands of seekers who are trying to break free from the suffocating institutions of a hypocritical society. You are helping us create a new paradigm of human connection, a global network of independent, fully integrated individuals who relate to each other not out of fear, greed, or social habit, but out of absolute freedom and spontaneous celebration. Look at the ultimate archetype of the awakened human being, Zorba the Buddha. This is my complete vision for the new man. The old world has created two incomplete, deeply neurotic caricatures of humanity. On the one hand, you have Zorba the Greek, the purely materialistic man who lives exclusively for the body, for the senses, for the accumulation of external wealth and physical pleasures, but whose inner world remains a completely dark, chaotic desert devoid of any higher awareness. On the other hand, you have Gautama the Buddha, the traditional spiritual saint who sits in absolute stillness, completely absorbed in the silent sky of the divine, but who has violently turned his back on the earth, rejecting the body, condemning sex, and looking at the material world as an illusion to be avoided. I tell you, both are incomplete. Both are suffering from a deep, hidden fragmentation. The sky without the earth is an empty, cold abstraction. It cannot dance, it cannot sing, it cannot laugh. The earth without the sky is a heavy, dead lump of mud, completely trapped in the mechanical laws of gravity. My new man is a beautiful, harmonious synthesis of both extremes. He is Zorba the Buddha. As a Zorba, he is deeply rooted in the rich soil of this earth. He loves the touch of the sun, the fragrance of the flowers, the taste of delicious food, the sound of beautiful music, and the ecstatic union of love. He carries no puritanical shame about his biology. Look at his body as a sacred, radiant temple of the divine. But he does not stop there. He does not remain confined to the material plane. He expands his branches high into the endless clouds of the heavens, touching the stars of deep meditation, absolute silence, and cosmic awareness. He can run wildly in the streets, dancing and laughing with full physical vitality, and he can sit alone under a tree in absolute stillness for hours, completely content in the state of no mind. He is perfectly fluid, moving effortlessly between the prose of the marketplace and the poetry of the heart, between the active work of the world and the passive rest of his being. He is the perfect man, and his birth is the only hope for the survival of humanity. When you share this video with those around you, with your friends, your family, your colleagues, you are dropping a magnificent, revolutionary seed of Zorba the Buddha into their consciousness. You are inviting them to step out of the suffocating graveyards of their traditional beliefs and join the festive, beautiful dance of a new human era. Do not do this with the aggressive, moralistic mind of a fanatic trying to convert someone to a new collective dogma. Share it simply as an uncalculated overflow of your own joy, as a beautiful flower that you present to someone without any expectation of return. Let the light of your own unique transformation be the message that inspires them to wake up from their mechanical slumber. Drop a comment down below to share how you are integrating the earthy joy of the Zorba with the silent wisdom of the Buddha in your daily life. Hit that like button to amplify this wave of global liberation, and subscribe to this sanctuary right now. The gates of the ultimate reality are open to you in this very heartbeat, completely free from the corrupt text of human theology, waiting only for your absolute presence to enter the eternal, festive celebration of the living truth. And to enter this eternal, festive celebration of the living truth, you must be willing to let go of the very last anchor that keeps your consciousness chained to the shore of the mind. This final anchor is something deeply subtle, highly dangerous, and exceptionally deceptive. It is what I call the spiritual ego. Look at the immense tragedy of the average seeker. He gathers the rare courage to look at the sheer falsity of the material marketplace. He walks away from the frantic race for political power. He drops his greed for corporate wealth. He sees through the hypocritical games of his family and his respectable society, and he begins to walk the inward path of meditation. He sits in silence. His mind becomes calm. His heart begins to open, and he experiences a few fleeting glimpses of absolute bliss and cosmic light. But immediately, the old calculating habit of the mind wakes up through the back door. The priest hidden inside his unconscious psychology takes possession of his inner experience. The seeker begins to feel immensely proud of his holiness. He starts to look down upon ordinary human beings who are still caught up in the worldly illusions of money, sex, and prestige. He thinks to himself, I am a great meditant. I am a highly advanced spiritual seeker. I am closer to enlightenment than anyone else in my neighborhood. I tell you, you have simply exchanged a worldly prison for a holy cage. Your spiritual ego is far more difficult to dissolve than an ordinary material ego, because it is wrapped in the beautifully pious robes of virtue, silence, and religious achievement. An ordinary businessman knows deep down that his greed is a form of tension, a worldly anxiety that keeps his soul heavy. But a spiritual beggar who is proud of his meditation looks at his pride as a divine virtue. He becomes completely blind to his own subtle arrogance. He turns his silence into a new commodity to display in the spiritual marketplace. This is the ultimate trap of the mind. To become a true Buddha, to manifest the reality of the new man, you must be willing to risk not just your worldly attachments, but your spiritual achievements as well. You must become an absolute gambler, a wild player who puts his very enlightenment on the line. You must be ready to drop your silence, your knowledge, your experiences, and sink into a space of absolute nothingness, where you are neither a materialist nor a spiritualist, neither a sinner nor a saint, but simply a clean, transparent void that carries no labels whatsoever. When you choose to step out of your isolation and share your raw, unfiltered experiences down below in the comment section of this video, you are actively bringing this subtle spiritual pride into the open light of awareness. You are refusing to let your inner mind build a new pedestal of holiness around your meditation. This digital sanctuary is not a platform for gathering pious believers or creating a new collective hierarchy. It is a living, dynamic crucible for individual deconditioning. Hitting that like button or choosing to share this profound stream of truth with those souls who are quietly suffocating within the cages of their spiritual and moral respectability is a conscious act of love, a way of keeping the river of life flowing smoothly without allowing it to freeze into a rigid, dogmatic ideology. Subscribe to this channel right now to ensure that your consciousness remains continuously exposed to these sharp, liberating truths. Because the moment you stop defending your spiritual achievements, your soul naturally begins to dissolve into the timeless, boundless ocean of the ultimate reality. This supreme melting of your identity is precisely what is embodied in the archetype of the player, who stands at the very apex of human freedom. The player does not look at life as a serious task to be fulfilled. He does not look at meditation as a difficult discipline to be mastered. He looks at the entire cosmos as a magnificent, uncalculated playground. He plays with matter, he plays with spirit, he plays with love, and he plays with silence, without a single desire to possess or control the outcome of the game. He carries no fear of loss, because he knows that he brought nothing into this world at his birth, and that he can take nothing out of it at his death. His wealth is entirely intrinsic. It is the intense, burning vitality of his present awareness. He is completely ready to risk the known for the sake of the unknown at any single moment, simply for the pure, aesthetic joy of the adventure. Organized society is deeply terrified of the player, because a person who has no fear of losing can never be blackmailed, can never be manipulated by the state, and can never be forced to bow down before the corrupt threats of a politician or a priest. He remains beautifully independent, a wild and untamable force of nature that moves according to its own hidden laws. Look at the absolute contrast between the calculated mind of the entrepreneur and the wild, festive consciousness of the player. The entrepreneur can only move in a straight line of continuous cause and effect. He requires a guarantee of profit before he takes a single step into a new venture. If he builds a church or a temple, it is always a highly sophisticated insurance policy for his ego, an attempt to bribe the divine so that his soul can secure a comfortable seat in paradise. But the player knows that the divine cannot be bribed, because the divine is not a cosmic businessman sitting behind a grand desk in the sky. The divine is the very game itself, the roaring energy that dances through the stars, the trees, and the human heart without a single purpose or utility. To align your consciousness with this divine playfulness requires a complete, unconditional surrender of your serious, calculating brain. You must learn the rare, beautiful art of being completely useless in the eyes of the marketplace. You must allow yourself to sing songs that have no commercial value, to dance steps that lead to no financial profit, and to sit in absolute silence simply because the act of breathing is already enough to fill your soul with an uncaused, overflowing bliss. This transition from being an anxious, calculating businessman to becoming an authentic player is the exact focus of our global spiritual experiment. Those magnificent seekers who choose to click the official join button on this channel to become recognized members of our global commune, or who offer a spontaneous overflow of appreciation through a super thanks, are directly operating from this space of non-calculating love. They understand that to keep this flame of raw truth burning bright in a world dominated by mechanical utility requires a continuous, beautiful pooling of individual life forces. They are not purchasing a product. They are protecting a sanctuary of absolute freedom, ensuring that these dangerous, liberating discourses can continue to shatter the illusions of sleeping souls across the planet, completely uncorrupted by the interests of any institutionalized power or corporate marketplace. Our meticulously crafted digital e-books are also designed specifically to act as practical, intimate catalysts for this inner transformation. They provide you with simple, clear, and actionable blueprints to help you drop your serious, moralistic mind and reclaim your natural, childlike innocence. Access them right now. Let their radical insights disrupt your predictable routines and allow your life to expand from a continuous struggle for survival into a magnificent, festive celebration of pure being. To fully ground this cosmic playfulness within your daily experience, you must also look deeply into the final archetype of human realization, Zorba the Buddha. This is my unique, uncompromising vision for the new man. The old world has continuously forced humanity to live in a state of deep, painful fragmentation, splitting the individual into two incomplete, highly neurotic caricatures. On one side, you have been given Zorba the Greek, the purely materialistic man who lives exclusively for the body, for the senses, for the immediate physical pleasures of food, wine, and sexual intimacy. The Zorba is beautifully alive, intensely passionate, and deeply rooted in the earth. But his inner world remains an absolute, dark desert, completely devoid of any higher consciousness, vertical expansion, or eternal silence. On the other side, you have been given Gautama, the Buddha, the traditional spiritual saint who sits in absolute stillness, completely absorbed in the silent, boundless sky of the divine. The Buddha is immensely peaceful, full of deep wisdom and cosmic light, but he has violently turned his back on the earth, rejecting his body, condemning sex, fleeing from his family, and looking at the material world as an ugly illusion to be avoided at all costs. I tell you, both are incomplete. Both are suffering from a deep hidden pathology of exclusion. The sky without the earth is an empty, cold abstraction. It has no voice to sing, no feet to dance, and no heart to love. The earth without the sky is a dead, heavy lump of matter, completely trapped in the mechanical laws of physical gravity, unable to transcend its own limitations. My new man is a beautiful, harmonious synthesis of both extremes. He is Zorba, the Buddha. As a Zorba, he is deeply, unapologetically rooted in the rich soil of this earth. He enjoys all the comforts of modern technology. He celebrates the beauty of physical intimacy. He dances to the rhythm of fast music. And he treats his body as a sacred, radiant temple of the divine. He carries no puritanical shame about his biology, no moralistic guilt about his natural desires. But he does not stop there. He does not remain confined to the horizontal plane of matter. He expands his branches high into the endless clouds of the vertical heavens, touching the silent stars of deep meditation, absolute awareness, and cosmic non-duality. He can run wildly in the streets, laughing and celebrating with full physical vitality, and he can sit alone in a dark room in absolute, unshakable stillness for hours, completely content in the state of no mind. He is perfectly fluid, moving effortlessly between the marketplace and the inner temple, completely free from the rigid structures of the past. Look at the absolute comedy of how the serious religious mind tries to analyze this magnificent synthesis. The priest looks at Zorba the Buddha and feels a deep wave of terror because he cannot categorize him. He cannot tell him to fast because the Zorba enjoys his food. He cannot tell him to renounce his woman because the Zorba knows the sacred ecstasy of love. He cannot tell him to look down upon the world because the Zorba sees the signature of the divine in every single leaf, every single rock, and every single blade of grass. The priest realizes that his entire trade secret, the manufacturing of guilt and fear, is completely useless against a man who has integrated his earth and his sky. I am reminded of an old, delightful story concerning a traditional puritanical monk who spent 40 years living in a cold, isolated cave in the mountains, eating nothing but dry roots and praying continuously for his entry into heaven. He had completely suppressed his sexuality. He had never allowed a single smile to cross his face, and he looked at his physical body as an absolute enemy of his soul. One morning, after a long night of intense fasting and prayers, the monk passed out from sheer exhaustion. In his unconscious state, he had a vivid, spectacular vision. He saw himself standing before the grand pearly gates of heaven. The gates swung open with a tremendous celestial sound, and the monk stepped inside, his heart bursting with holy pride, expecting to be greeted by a choir of angels and a magnificent, serious deity who would praise his 40 years of self-torture. But as he walked down the golden streets of paradise, he saw no angels, no white robes, and no serious saints. Instead, he found a massive, festive clearing filled with beautiful green trees, colorful wildflowers, and flowing rivers of fine wine. And right in the middle of the clearing, a group of wild, joyful people was dancing naked under a brilliant rainbow, laughing hysterically and playing musical instruments with absolute abandon. The monk was deeply shocked, his moralistic ego intensely offended. He ran up to an old, radiant man who was sitting beneath a tree, drinking wine from a wooden chalice, and shouted, "What kind of a heaven is this? I spent 40 years torturing my body in a dark cave, denying myself every single pleasure of the flesh, looking down upon the sinners who laughed and danced in the world, all so that I could enter the holy kingdom of God. Why are these degenerate people allowed to celebrate here?" The old man looked at him with eyes overflowing with immense cosmic compassion, took a slow sip of his wine, and said gently, "My friend, you have completely misunderstood the situation. This is not heaven, this is hell. But because God is an absolute player, a wild creator who loves laughter and dance, he got so deeply bored with the cold, silent gravity of his own paradise that he decided to spend his vacations down here with us. Go back to your cave and continue your fasting, because your serious, miserable soul would completely ruin the harmony of our party. This is the ultimate secret that every organized religion has hidden from you. The divine is not a serious moralist. The divine is a joyous, ecstatic dancer. Seriousness is nothing but the shadow of the ego, a clear indication that you are still trying to protect an artificial identity against the fluid current of reality. The moment you drop your seriousness, the moment you learn to laugh at the absolute absurdity of your own mental worries and social games, the dark walls of your conditioning simply collapse. You enter a state of profound relaxation, and in that relaxed space, meditation ceases to be a difficult, disciplined effort and becomes a natural, effortless alignment with the grand cosmic rhythm. You do not need to practice silence. Silence naturally descends upon your soul exactly like the evening mist covers a quiet valley at sunset. You become completely full of your own presence, beautifully self-contained, and overflowing with a quiet, uncaused bliss that requires no external validation from the crowd. When you bring this light of playfulness into your everyday relationships, the entire nature of human connection undergoes a radical mutation. You no longer look at your partner as a functional object to be used for your emotional security or your financial survival. You see them as a unique, mysterious individual who has chosen to share a small segment of their journey with you in absolute freedom. You drop your possessiveness, you drop your jealousy, and you drop your constant demands for legal permanence. You understand that love is a wildflower that can only breathe in the open air of independence. If your streams of life flow together in perfect, ecstatic harmony today, you rejoice, you sing, and you celebrate every single moment with total intensity. If the paths eventually diverge at an intersection tomorrow, you bow down with immense gratitude for all the beauty you shared, say a graceful goodbye, and move on without a single trace of guilt, resentment, or psychological pain. Your relationship becomes a beautiful friendship among independent masters, a continuous sharing of wealth rather than a desperate transaction between two empty beggars. To assist you in navigating this dangerous, beautiful transition from the anxious, possessive mind to the silent, overflowing heart is the single, uncompromised purpose behind every digital companion we create for you. Our exceptional ebooks are written specifically to act as practical, intimate roadmaps for your daily meditation and emotional deconditioning, providing you with simple, clear, and actionable insights to help you dismantle the mechanical templates of your past upbringing and reclaim your spiritual sovereignty. When you choose to support this global commune through a super thanks or by activating your official membership via the join button, you are directly ensuring that this space of pure, uncompromised freedom remains completely available for thousands of seeking souls across the planet who are trying to break free from the suffocating graveyards of organized institutions. You are helping us create a magnificent new paradigm of human consciousness, a vibrant global network of independent individuals who live their lives in total alignment with the living truth of the universe. So, my beloved friends, let this be our final commitment to reality. Drop your serious, calculating business mind. Leave behind the heavy, suffocating cages of your churches and mosques, and step out into the brilliant, wild, and unpredictable light of the immediate present. Do not let your life slide through your fingers while you are drowning in the dead memories of your yesterday or chasing the empty mirages of your tomorrow. Wake up to the magnificent reality of your own Buddhahood right here, right now, in this very breath. Become a courageous warrior of awareness, an authentic creator of beauty, a playful actor in the cosmic theater, and an absolute embodiment of Zorba the Buddha. Live each moment with such total, burning intensity that your entire existence becomes a continuous fire of laughter, love, and absolute celebration. If this grand discourse has struck a deep, resonant chord within your soul, feel free to drop a profound comment down below, sharing your personal insights and your unique journey towards inner integration. Hit that like button right now to help amplify this wave of global liberation. Share this video with those beautiful souls who are quietly searching for a spark of light in the dark. And subscribe to this channel so we can continue to walk this hazardous, magnificent path together. The gates of the ultimate reality are open to you, completely free of charge, waiting only for your absolute presence to join the festive, eternal dance of the living truth. Goodbye for now, my beloved friends. Keep your flames burning bright. Stay rooted in the earth. Expand your branches into the sky and never forget to dance.